We are live. Hello, everyone. This is Mikey of Mikey Sue's Ford channel, as well as Warlord Faith. That's the second channel of our group. This is Monday. It is July 31st of 2023. We are here today for topic time number 2. This is hopefully a group series of Monday nights at this same time. We will talk about random items that have occurred in the past week, as well as other different subjects that might come up that we haven't talked about yet. So mostly each week we're going to be doing 3 different subjects, 3 different topics, and then after that we can open the floor to pretty much anything if anybody wants to talk about stuff. Hey, how's it going, Gorilla? Gorilla's Random Thoughts. My friend is here. First person here to the room. Good to see you, sir. Okay, at the top is the StreamYard link. We do have space for 2. We're gonna try 3 people first for a little while, see how it goes. After that, if we need more, we'll ask for more people. But otherwise, right now, I think 3 is gonna be good enough to start. So right now, we're actually waiting for Daniel's Hot Topics and Jay Aldrich to come in this evening. I cannot get it right. My mouth's going blah, 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 like it always does. Hopefully, it's not going out and roboting. Now, there's a disclaimer for each series, for each topic stream. My mic might go out, or something might happen, or I might drop out, or I might start sounding robotic. If I start sounding robotic, I'm going to ask one of the co-hosts to help me, whoever's there, and they can continue to run the show while I get my affairs in order, or as whatever happens in circumstances. If it comes to the point where I can't get anything working or anything going, then at that point we'll go ahead and stop the stream. But for now, we're doing okay. So thank the Lord, and hope everything goes well. Okay, let's see you in the chat this evening. He says, "Hi, Mike. You can't stay. I'm about to begin my commute to work. I just want to wish you a good stream." Thank you, Brad Wolf. You're always a great contributor to our chats everywhere to everyone's, and you're a good viewer and a good subscriber, and I appreciate you. So yes, please have a safe trip to work this evening, and thank you. Yes, I hope we do have a good stream. I appreciate your wonderful comment. Okay. Oh no, no. I'm sorry, girl. Yikes. So, well, are you back up with power down? It looks like you might be. How long are we down for? Oh my gosh, that's really bad. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Yes. Okay. And we also have another entry to our stream this evening, Mr. Rex Verse, Wolf Piggybat, Merenity Studios. Hi, everyone. Hey. How you doing, Rex Verse? Good to see you again this evening. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that. Okay. So, while we wait for Daniel and Jade to arrive, hopefully something's not impeding their progress. You know, hope they're both okay in their own way. Hope things are going well with them. Okay, so on this second topic time today, we're going to look at, first of all, we'll discuss the movie Oppenheimer. My wife Suzanne and I went to see it the other day, and we have thoughts. Yeah, there we go. So bear with us, okay? Please have patience. Appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to my normal screen so we don't have to keep that. Okay, there I am. Let's hope this stays for a while. Okay, so like I said, we watched the movie Oppenheimer the other day, and we both gave it probably close to 3 out of 5. I gave it 3 out of 5. My wife gave it 2.5 out of 5. It really said a lot of bad things about women. Said they were histrionic, the ill, maybe mentally deficient. It didn't portray women in a very good light. And Emily Blunt's performance was just not right. And she just, I don't know, just felt like she was a deer caught in the headlights kind of look all through the movie. She was supposed to play Oppenheimer's wife in the movie, Kitty Oppenheimer. Uh, there was also a mistress that Oppenheimer apparently had. I can't remember her name. Yeah. Yeah, she was terrible. Oppenheimer did? Oh, I'm sorry. My wife's correcting me. He had at least 2 or 3 mistresses. One of them was just disgusting. There's a scene in the movie where they're both nude and sitting in chairs. I mean, full frontal nude. Just disgusting. And I thought, what's going on? This is a Christopher Nolan film. The man redid Batman with Christian Bale. He did Inception. He did a lot of great films, and yet it just what happened? Just the whole thing went nuts. There was also a performance by Cillian Murphy as J. Robert Oppenheimer, and it just seemed wooden. It just didn't seem that he wanted to try. And when you're watching the film, I mean, okay, the film is over 3 hours long. First of all, that's the first problem. Second of all, there was just a lot of dialogue. I mean, the entire sequence of showing the world how they got to the Trinity base there in Los Alamos, New Mexico, built the damn thing, and then had the bomb all set to go off, and then there was a storm delay. Then when it finally cleared, they said, "Okay, now we'll set it off." It was set off in the middle of the morning, and they set it off. People were on the ground facing mattresses and all this, and some of them had, little blocks of lead or something like that that was protecting their faces when the thing went off. So the effects of the Trinity bomb, they call it at Trinity, was good. It was fine. I had no doubt that the special effects and when they was used and when it was used effectively, some CGI actually came out okay. So did the practical effects. So I had no problem with those. That was fine. But the rest of it, the dialogue, trying to put the plot together, because it was based on documentary information from Oppenheimer's Foundation, all this stuff, and it seemed like it was woke. It was woke. I mean, people warned you about it. People to the real fears of atomic bomb, then the hydrogen bomb. And then there was the fear that Oppenheimer was a spy. and he went before Joseph McCarthy's house, and part of the one of the guys that was testifying, Lewis Strauss, was played by none other than Robert Downey Jr. So in those scenes, Robert Downey Jr. stood out. Like you should always stand out. And as General Graves, who, along with Oppenheimer, was in charge of the project militarily, played by Matt Damon, who did a pretty good job. I'd have to say that in the overall, only Downey and Damon managed to put together good performances. So if it came to Oscar time, probably either one of them would be able to qualify for an Oscar. Those two gentlemen. But the rest of the cast just seemed wooden, plodding, and pretty much, oh, and disgusting in parts, and then not much else. So that that is the sadness of Oppenheimer. So let me propose this to you. If you haven't seen the film yet, would you, a possible history major, go to a docudrama and sit through almost 3.5 hours of a boring history lecture about something you may already know about, hopefully, that you read in the history books? Or would you just wait for the movie to come out later on DVD? You know, it's up to you. But personally, I think that my wife and I saw it. We were disgusted by it, most of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if the film uh, goes straight to video or DVD if it does. But if not, as Will Colley which likes to say, they'll promote their movie. They'll ask for who should be Oscar nominated actors or so forth, and they'll probably put the film there against Napoleon when Napoleon comes out in November. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, that's my review and my wife's review on Oppenheimer. Okay, the next topic, obviously, then is a big concern. Right now, it's going on over 3 months. Yeah, over 3 months of the so-called writers' strike in Hollywood. Now, the Screen Actors Guild, all of the different carpentry unions, that build movie sets, practically every union you can think of under man in Hollywood, are now all united against producers and directors. It's appalling and disgusting. Now, as long as these movies, in a way, they have the unions over a barrel. Sorry, not going to want to go and see them. They'll just wait till they come out eventually. Uh, on Netflix. There's plenty of other, films out there that did make it just before the strike hit. But maybe many of them won't make it to the theaters, and so other people just watch them from a distance. That frightens me. The other thing that I worry about too is theater owners. The theaters themselves rely upon a movie to be shown. They rely upon fans to come and watch the movie. Now, if the writer's strike continues to prolong itself further and further, a lot of theaters will be forced to close their doors. Now, they may not stay closed, but they may decide just to maybe rerun older films for a much less price, which I hope they could do, but at the same time, that might force them to reduce staff. They already have less people in a movie theater than I've ever seen before. I had a sister who used to work for a movie theater. There was a lot of people there. I mean, a lot of staff. But now the staff is probably more than cut in half. I had to edit this off. So you got the theater owners, you got the other people worried. There's Daniel. Okay, Daniel. You in the chat there waiting? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Daniel. Welcome, everyone. Daniel's Hot Topics as our co-host of our topic time this evening. How you doing, my friend?
Okay, I have a headache though. A really bad. I kind of have a headache. I don't know why. I've had it all day long.
Okay. But you can hear me okay, right?
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, do the best you can. Like I said, if I tend to go out, if I fall out of the stream and try to come back, just kind of run it the best you can. Do what you can, my friend and brother, and let me go ahead and check something for you here.
Did you hear Pee Wee Herman died last night?
Yeah, we haven't talked about much other than what?
Oh,
Oops. Oh shoot. Yeah, just a sec.
wait. Let me try to get Steampunk on here. 1 second.
Okay, we're just waiting.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyway, as we already discussed Oppenheimer, uh, the next thing we're talking about here then is the continuing escalation of the writer's strike. As we said, all of the unions possible involved in the making of films. Hey babe, I can't even
Hey
hear it on
Steampunk,
my
you want to come?
headphones. Can you help me, please?
Um,
I know I can hear him, but my headphones aren't hearing him. I don't know what's going on. I can hear him, but it's not coming through the headphones. Yeah, but it's not coming into the headphones.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
It's flashing.
yeah, he might come. He might come. He's a little tired right now, though.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Outside, not inside.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I can. I can hear outside my headphones, but not in my headphones. That's weird. Okay. Well, hopefully, either we get Steampunk or Jay to come in, so we can keep at least three of us going. So, Daniel, go ahead and tell me about your. Go ahead and tell me about your uh, thoughts about the continuing writer's strike, what's happening with it, so forth.
Oh, I hate it. It's just it's annoying. I mean, it's not gonna be done anytime soon. I don't think so. I don't feel it's gonna be done anytime soon. We're gonna have to wait maybe 10 months for it to end, which means it'll probably be over by
Yeah.
June or July of 2024.
Yeah, it's there we go. I wanted to see that it said that topic time co-host. Cool. I wanted to see if I could change it to that so that you're there. So cool. I got that taken care of. Okay, yes. So anyway, I agree with you. It's really a bad situation. I recently uh, got news from the Screen Actors Guild that they are fully supportive of whatever the other the writers union. They're fully supporting them. They agree with the writers. They don't want their likenesses to be taken from them in future
Mhm.
films. They want to respect that intellectual property,
Mhm.
and they're telling producers and directors, we want royalties. If the movie is successful enough, they want to be able to recuperate, uh, or if it takes a big loss, they want to be able to recuperate some earnings, uh, for what the man hours, the working hours that they took to put it together. So it's a whole, to me, it's a whole numbers issue. It's really bad. I mean, I can't begin to emphasize how impactful and shocking it is so far. It really is. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Daniel.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this whole situation. Like, why did it have to happen now? I mean, why couldn't it happen like some other time? It could have
Anything
happened
else
some
you
other time.
wanted to say about it, Daniel?
I mean, why couldn't it happen like next year, for example? It would have been much better if it happened like the next year or something. Because, dude, I want Deadpool 3 to be. It would have been finished by now if the writer strike didn't happen. It would have been finished by now, most likely. And yeah, it would have been in the can, and it probably would have been in post production or something. But now we gotta wait until next year for it to end, and then Deadpool 3 is gonna start production again. Okay, Ian McKellen is supposed to be Magneto in this movie, and also Patrick Stewart is supposed to be Professor X. They're supposed to return in Deadpool 3. Well, we know they're not young, they're not spring chickens anymore, right?
Right.
What happens if they croak next year? And what happens if they kick the bucket next year? And oops, like right when they're about to start production again, then that's it. We lost our chance. And it's because of this damn writer strike.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. You watch uh, people like you said, people like Hugh Jackman. He's got a big. I mean, he has a huge worldwide following as Wolverine. I know that a lot of people when he died at the end of Logan, and that was back in, was it 2015? Is that right, or 2016? Something like that.
2017 Logan.
2017. Okay, yeah. So when he died, that was a huge loss. And we got Jay added to our company. Hello, Colonel Jay.
Jawohl.
How are you, Jay?
Oh, I guess okay. I thought it was at 7, but I just realized you meant 7 Eastern.
Ah, I see. I was going to say that we had talked about Oppenheimer already. There isn't much to say about it. It was very depressing, very unfortunately woke. There you go. Now we got everybody set. Now we're here. Yeah, it's very woke. It's very depressing. It's like listening to a 3.5 hour boring lecture, history class, and it's about stuff that you already know. Basic information about the bomb and so forth. It was just very, very uh, terrible. Just not great. Just bad. My wife gave it 2.5 out of 5 stars, and I gave it 3 out of 5. I think the only good performances in it were by Matt Damon as General Graves, who oversaw the project along with Oppenheimer, and Lewis Strauss, who was one of the accusers of thinking that Oppenheimer was a Soviet spy that delivered the hydrogen bomb to the Soviets. He was played by Robert Downey Jr., Lewis Strauss.
Right.
So really,
You know, it took me a while to. It took me a while to identify that was Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
He down.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just saying
Professor
that it
says he
took
thought
me.
there was a lot more to say about it. It's what woke, huh? Yeah.
I was just saying that it took me a while to figure out that was Robert Downey Jr.
Yes.
I give it 5 stars.
Oh, you thought it was good?
I loved it.
Oh, okay.
I love biography movies, historical movies, and I'm a science nerd, and the science really got to me, and the romance of what little it was okay, but I didn't find it woke at all because the Oppenheimer's wife was brutal in real life, and
Yes.
she really didn't care about her child at the beginning, and that
That's
was
true.
real.
Yes.
And the other woman, she was a needy, sarcastic woman. All the women in his life was kind of rude to him, but except the ones that wanted something out of him. And that was basically true from historical accounts that we know about Oppenheimer. And so I didn't see any wokeness. If you know if you know that historically that this is how the women were to him, then you know that it's not woke. So
Okay.
it was a very good movie, and I give it 5 stars.
Yeah.
I
Well,
wasn't.
like I said, oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I wasn't. What is it called? I wasn't bored at all. I didn't fall asleep. I didn't get tired. I was literally chained to my seat. The only thing that made me fall asleep was my medicine at the end, and I had to rewind the movie because I watched it. Let's just say I didn't watch it at theaters.
Did you have a full auditorium? Oh, by the way, before I finish my thought, Lemon Pie, welcome. He says, "Hey, I got a thing to deal with. Just stopping by to say hi. Gotta go."
Oh, he's gone.
Okay,
Your
buddy.
Wi-Fi.
I appreciate you coming by. The stream and give us your thoughts. Let us know what's happening. Again, just to finish my thought about the film. First of all, I thought, oh, you too, Lemon Pie. Have a good one. Thank you. My wife was right on a lot of counts about it. I know that it was a thing about women back then. I understood that, but I thought it did paint them in a poor light. Yes, even though I understood that most of them acted that way. But now we're talking about But now we're talking about Christopher Nolan, who, if I recall correctly, never really had nude scenes in films, and for the first time, he had Cillian Murphy as Oppenheimer and his mistress, both in full frontal. You could see, the nude and everything, sitting on a chair, on chairs. I thought, come on now, why is Nolan showing nudity in a film? He doesn't need to. It's a
Because
docudrama.
that's exactly what happened in Oppenheimer's life.
I see.
He wanted this movie to portray 100% of what Oppenheimer's life was, and that's what he said in an interview.
No, Professor, you're not ignored. I'm not understanding where you're getting this reaction about being ignored. I see you. I'm talking to you. I see and then I just put your thing on display. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. We'll figure that out later.
Ignored, you poor baby.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So, like I said, my wife and I put up a review on YouTube. Normally we do a video review, but in this case, I explained it to Garen. Really, no video review required. It's just what we saw, and yes, it has been a long time, Jay and Daniel. It's been what 5. It's been 70. Yeah, it's been 78 years since the drop. And I understood the repercussions. It was crazy.
Now the bomb explosion was nothing like the original, of course, because the mushroom cloud was nothing like the original, because we have historical footage of the Los Alamos explosion test site, and that thing was a huge orangish mushroom cloud, and that in the movie was nothing like it. They should have went black and white and just showed the historical footage instead of what they had. That's the only thing I have against the movie, because it was a great, great movie.
Okay. Well, like I said, I gave it 3 out of 5 because of the performances of
Mhm.
Robert Downey Jr. and Matt Damon. I thought they both did good jobs in their film.
Yeah, it
Daniel,
took me a while to see that was Matt Damon as well. It took me a while to recognize them two actors, especially Robert Downey Jr. I said to my aide worker, I said, "Oh my God, that's Robert Downey Jr."
Yeah.
Oh, he must have shaved off his Tony Stark mustache and goatee for this movie, and went great. I said, "Oh my God, he looks so damn old in this thing."
he
I
did.
can't
He
wait.
did. Daniel, did you get to see the film at all?
Which one?
Oppenheimer?
Oh,
Oppenheimer.
no, not yet.
Okay, we'll try not to spoil it for you
No,
too
that's
much.
okay. It's okay. I
Well,
don't really
I
care.
think we just did.
Well, some of it. Well, it's a docudrama. It's about Trinity Base, Los Alamos. You know why
Yeah,
Oppenheimer became the leader of the Manhattan Project in the first place, but with all the
yeah,
controversy surrounding his leanings toward communism and thinking he was a communist spy for the Soviets.
which he never was.
Yeah, and Professor said he gave it a 4 out of 5. Jay, he requires multiple viewings,
Mm.
definitely. Yes, I think you probably should see it more than once if you missed anything in the first viewing that you went to see in the theater. I know our
Oh,
theater was, yeah.
I went back and saw the last 15 minutes that I fell asleep on. Like I said, I did not see it in theaters.
Yeah. Well, we went into a theater on what was
Hint, hint.
it was Saturday, and the theater was pretty full. I actually
From what I understand, that
actually
our theater
fell
was
asleep
about
once or
60% full.
twice, I think. Just nodded off, maybe I was.
Mm. Go ahead, Mikey.
I'm sorry,
you're-
Jay.
Yeah. I said, go ahead. When you phase out, we talk until you come back in. So when you start talking, we'll shut up.
So, what's that?
I said, when you phase out your Wi-Fi and we can't
Yeah.
hear you, we just we fill in the gap, and then when you come back in, we'll shut up and let you talk.
Sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah.
How
So how
did
did you
you
see it,
see
Jay?
it, Jay? I can't say, or I'll get arrested, Professor.
Okay, we'll say that he saw it in secret, like the Manhattan Project was
Mm-hmm.
secret.
Yes, in secret.
And welcome Moon Pie and Deja Vu's mom, my wife Suzanne, to the chat.
I can't
We're here
see
with Brother
that. What is he
Daniel.
saying? Okay or oh?
Oh no, she's
I can't
laughing.
see that.
Yeah, no, she's laughing.
No, I'm at Professor's, whoever that is, who's writing. I can't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can't see it, I'll make sure I let you know who it was. But Professor's been saying a few things. Uh, my wife says hello, everyone. She also waves to everybody. So welcome. We have 2 people watching us, viewing us today, this morning or this evening in the chat. Okay, Daniel. So why don't you, since you haven't seen the movie yet, but I would like to hear your opinion of what you thought of Oppenheimer in history. Maybe you could tell us about that, or what you know from school, or
Well, I don't know. I heard he was the guy who created the nuclear bomb, right? And I was just like, I think he was. He's so interesting, that's pretty much it.
And he was he was very much portrayed in real life because he was a womanizer. It didn't matter if they were married or not. He probably slept with the general's wife.
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, it's.
Which I'll give them this: the women were beautiful.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's no doubts there. For sure.
And there's evidence to prove it.
Yeah. Okay.
Lord.
I'm not getting any volume on this. This is weird.
I'm sorry. Maybe you can talk to Scott and he'll give you the step-by-step instructions on how to deal with it.
Well, I'm just trying to turn up the volume is all. I'm trying to figure it out why it's not working.
I can hear my voice.
Okay. But I'm not hearing in here.
I hear it.
I hear you.
Okay. Okay.
I can hear my own voice.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah, I can hear her too. Hello, darling.
He said hello, darling. She said hello back to you, Jay.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing great now that I hear you.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad
It's
you
called-
guys are connecting.
It's called Southern Charm.
Conway Twitty.
Oh, she loves Conway Twitty. That's one of her favorite singers too.
Oh God, she just became my best friend.
Yeah, Conway Twitty was a great singer. He was. I think that Family Guy.
He had 68 number one hits.
They show him. I think I know it's out of common tradition.
He'll have to try to repeat this when he comes back. Forgive us, folks. So,
Yeah,
are you planning on seeing the movie, Matthew?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
No?
Nope. No, not really. No. I only go
I
to
think
the
you'll
movies.
like it.
I only go to the movies to see like stuff that interests me, like
You guys talk.
yeah, I'll definitely go and see Deadpool 3. Yeah, that one definitely. And I'll definitely go see Secret Wars. I love that. I know. Remember, Joe, for example, he can't stop talking about Secret Wars. He loves Secret Wars. And and did you see this trailer for Loki season 2? It's awesome.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh
It's
yeah,
really good.
for sure.
It's so good, And
What were you trying to? What were you trying to say, Mikey? You went out. We didn't hear any of it.
Oh, I am so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
Mhm.
What I was saying
Yeah.
before was, oh, okay. What I was saying before was is that I like the fact that Seth MacFarlane brought back Conway Twitty to a new generation of country music lovers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely did. So for him to give a tribute like that to Twitty is huge. And I did admire,
Mm.
yeah, and Family Guy, yeah. So yeah, that was huge. I'm just checking my mic,
Yeah.
making sure it's working okay. But I can't hear anybody on this thing. It's weird.
But
Right.
I don't want to see Robert Downey Jr. come back as Iron Man. I never liked him as Iron Man. I think they should have gone with Tom
I
Cruise.
love them as Iron Man.
I really hope they go with Tom Cruise because Tom Cruise is rumored for the longest time to be Iron Man in Secret Wars. I really hope so.
Mm.
I like Tom Cruise
I
is a
hope
way
not.
better actor. He's a way better actor than Robert Downey Jr.
But Robert Downey Jr. played Iron Man 100% like the character is in the comic books. And if you see the old cartoons of the 1950s, he played Iron Man 100%. Womanizer, a womanizer, a rich, let me fix my mic.
My wife agrees.
All right, how's that?
I can hear you fine. I don't know why my headphones aren't here. You try.
But he played Iron Man exactly how the comics show him. So nobody, and I mean nobody, would be able to play him exactly like the comic book character like Robert Downey Jr. did.
Please, please, try it. Yeah, I know I can. Yeah, it seems like you guys can hear my mic, but like I'd like to hear you inside my headphones too, and I'm not hearing inside my headphone. So but I can hear you right. I mean, I can hear you very clearly outside of my headphones. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. But I just thought, you know, I thought these headphones would work, so I'd be able to hear you through my headphones as well.
Well, I was
Oh,
getting
just
an
thought
echo through my earbuds, so I cut them off.
weird. Anyway,
Go ahead.
okay. Just a second.
But if they do hire Tom Cruise to play him, then I'll try to give him the best, give him benefit of a doubt. But he's going to have to put up his A game to act just like Robert Downey Jr. did as Tony Stark, because, like I said, Robert Downey Jr. played him 100%. Like Tony Stark was in the old cartoons. And if you want to see how he acted, just go to what is his channel? I can't think of his name right now to save my life. This man has a channel, and he has been reviewing the old Marvel comic books. he's on. I think he did Captain America just recently. He's supposed to be finishing up the what is it called? Iron Man comic books. He does Spider-Man as well. I'll
Yes,
try to find it.
yes,
Go ahead, Mikey.
okay, yeah. I was gonna say, my wife says I did enjoy Iron Man, and she agrees. Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. He is Iron Man. He is Tony Stark. But I think in this movie, Oppenheimer, he didn't want to be typecast. It's obvious he was trying to be more of a historical figure like Lewis Strauss was. I think we just lost Daniel. Oh, sorry, Daniel. If you went out, come on back if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, I along with a lot of other people, do interpret Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man and Tony Stark being his best role. But
Yes,
like I said,
that was his best role. He should have got an Academy Award. And
yeah.
I think he may get
Well, like I said, in
or
Oppenheimer, he's trying to change it a little bit better. Oh, he probably will.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think he should get an Academy Award nomination at least just for this role. Mm,
Okay, there's Daniel. He's back.
I was gonna say, I hope he didn't get mad at me for saying
No,
that
no,
I didn't like
I hit the
Tom
wrong. I hit
Cruise.
the wrong button. I hit the wrong button.
He hit the wrong thing. It's okay.
Okay.
Welcome back,
It's
Daniel.
very dark. It's very dark in this room.
Let's see.
Well, we're glad you're back, sir.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got 4 people watching the chat,
Yeah.
so thank you for the 4 onlookers. And of course, my wife is helping us out tonight, so thank you, my beautiful wife, Suzanne, for helping us out as well. Let's see. Okay, I wanted to talk quickly about the people we've lost recently. We lost the great Tony Bennett, who outlived all of the Rat Pack. He died at the age of 96 about a week or so ago. Great man, wonderful singer.
Pee Wee Herman.
He's truly one of the crooners. He was.
We lost Pee Wee Herman.
Mm-hmm.
Which I was surprised when I read that.
I didn't even know he was sick.
Me neither.
And so what?
Go ahead, Mikey. Whenever you come back, just go ahead, Mikey. We'll wait for you. I'm gonna have to.
Okay. All right, I'm back. I'm back there.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah. I think we just lost all 3 of us there for a moment. Sorry about that, guys. Like I
No,
said,
we
I
didn't go.
put a
You did,
disclaimer
but
out.
go ahead.
Oh, okay. So go ahead, Jay, and then Daniel. Guys, what did you think of Tony Bennett's passing? What did you ever get to listen to any of his music?
Yeah. He's not my kind of singer, but yeah, he was a great icon. He was a good singer, but he's just not my type of singer. I didn't listen to any of his music, but yeah, he was a good singer. I give him credit for everything that he did. What about
How
you?
about you, Dad?
I
Daniel?
never listened to his music.
You really should.
Mhm.
My recommendation to you, Daniel, is the Duets album. There were two of them that Tony Bennett did with other artists, including Sting,
Mhm.
Lady Gaga, Adele. Uh, he did a great thing. What it was is that when he did the songs with the artists, he literally went to the studio, either their studio or Tony Bennett's studio, and they sang together in that same studio. Frank Sinatra cannot claim that. When he did his duets album in the early 2000s, he only sang from a distance away from the other artists. They had to sing in their own studio. He sang in his own studio by himself,
Mhm.
and then they put the things together. But with Tony Bennett's duets, both one and two, that is classic music. It's got a lot of old favorites, a lot of old covers, but the fact was that he took his time out of his daily schedule, his busy schedule, to go into the studio of the artist where he sang with, and they sang together, and you could tell the difference. I used to own the first
Oh,
duets album, and it was really awesome.
yeah, yeah. He, like I said, I give him credit for everything that he did. He's a great singer. It's just not my cup of tea of music or songs. Um, it's just like Frank Sinatra. He's a great singer. He was a great icon, but it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't have to be your genre, but the fact that you appreciate him, Jay, says volumes.
Oh yes, yes. I
And
appreciate any artist who is a great singer. Oh yeah. Okay. I found it, guys. It's excuse me. The channel that has been doing reviews of the Iron Man and old cartoons
oh,
is called Irving's Zoo, and he is a good reviewer, and he does it with a little comedy too. And he's been doing Iron Man. Um, let's see, he just reviewed the 1980s live action The Flash. He did Iron Man 3 days ago, Superman 5 days ago, Spider Man cartoon of the 70s or 60s 6 days ago, and
yeah, that's
Captain America he's doing, and the Submariner. So I hope you'll take a look at the Iron Man one and see how Robert Downey Jr. He literally found cartoons of the Iron Man cartoons and saw how the actor portrayed him.
like I said, guys. You're gonna have to hold this all together when I disappear.
Oh, it's okay. We just take over until you come back.
Sound good. Like I said, it might happen a few more times. So be ready. There'll be like a going ah.
It's okay.
Anyway, okay. So we talked about Tony Bennett. Someone more your speed, Daniel. Uh, we also lost the uh, the pretty but very controversial Sinead O'Connor. She also passed away this past week. Did you get to listen to
What?
any? Yeah, Sinead O'Connor's gone.
Oh my
Who
God.
was that? Who was that?
Well,
The
she,
bald chick that took Pope John Paul's picture on SNL and ripped it to shreds.
yeah, John Paul II on a Saturday Night Live monologue introduction.
Yep.
She came on. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, the world
She
really
was
hated her
never
for that.
allowed on. She was never allowed on Saturday Night Live ever again for that.
No, and it ruined. It pretty much ruined her career.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, yeah. She just
Because
recently passed away.
a lot of her fans at that time were Catholic.
Yes. So I was wondering if you remember her "Nothing Compares to You" song. Did you ever get to hear that, Daniel?
Yeah, it was a good song.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, she was also a big fan of Prince when Prince was alive. You know, that did
Yeah.
Purple Rain and all that stuff. So she
Yep.
was a huge fan of his. Yeah, and her passing was interesting. She passed the same age as my wife, almost at the age of 56.
Mm.
And yeah, and well, now Tony Bennett was 96, and she died at the age of 56. And it was wow, it was just interesting how she just passed away. And I think it was cancer she was fighting also. With with Tony, it was mostly his Alzheimer's disease he was suffering from, natural causes. But with her,
Hmm.
she was suffering from cancer privately. I had a bout with it for the last few years, and then she
Oh
died.
wow.
Yeah, the same happened to Ralph, or sorry, Randy Meisner. He was one of the original founders of the group, the Eagles, and
Oh
he
no.
died. Yeah, he died. He was my mom's age. He was 77 years old and died of his cancer also. So
Mm.
that was the three of them. You know how God takes celebrities in threes, Jay. You know this all too well.
Yeah. Right. And
And
it's
we
true.
just lost last. Yes, it's very true. And then just last night we lost Paul Rubens, also known
Yeah.
as Pee Wee Herman. He was
Hmm.
publicly or privately fighting cancer. He just died at the
Wow.
age of 56.
Daggone.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I remember. Uh, yeah,
How was his signature? I know I didn't do it justice.
I,
I
I
love
wait.
his little laugh.
No.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No what? You didn't like his laugh?
Did
No, my
you get to
dog
know
was just
any of
dog
the?
was just biting my toes, and I was like, "No, get off me!" And
Ah. Yeah, they love to nip at the toes, especially little puppies. Oh, I gotta see that. Now, talking about a great singer, uh, which wasn't a shock when he died. He was 80 something years old, but we had just got a country music channel called the Nashville Network, and they gave him a show called the Ernest Tubb Show. And when he died, I was very sad because I grew up listening to old country music like Ernest Tubb. And when he died, it was a real tragedy because even though he was old. He wasn't sick. He just died of a heart attack that I know of.
Wow.
And he just he recorded one of his shows and went home and died. Next day, they came on and said, "We're going to do a tribute to Ernest Tubb."
Wow.
I grew
Yeah,
up
that's
listening
crazy.
to old
Um, what?
country music and bluegrass music and gospel music.
You said you knew Tom T. Hall, right? Tom T. Hall.
Oh
You met
yes,
Tom T. Hall.
yes, love Tom
Yeah,
T.
my wife
Hall.
met Tom T. Hall. Yeah, my wife met him up here in Canada. Yeah,
There's
at
a
one time.
channel called TNN, the Nashville Network, and they have been putting out old Nashville Now TV shows, and Tom T. Hall is on a few of them.
Yeah, so I was. Yeah, I was familiar with Tom T. Hall's music. To an extent, my wife got to meet him. He was a very personable gentleman, like yourself, Jay.
What was that song he sang? Um,
What was the song about?
it was three things in the title. Something old dogs and watermelon wine. Um, is it children? Children, old dogs, and watermelon wine. It was based on a true story. He was in a Florida train station or a bus station or airport station, and he saw this old black gentleman, janitor, and he sat down next to him and he started talking about his life, and the guy actually said these three things: there's nothing better like whatever, old dogs and watermelon wine. And Tom T got to his old dogs, children, and watermelon wine. Exactly, that's what it was. And he went into his hotel room and he wrote that entire song in 20 minutes. And that was one of his best number one hits. Tom T. Hall was, was an old balladeer. He wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but do you know that Billy Joel, he gave Tom T. Hall a great compliment. He said, if that man ever dies, which he did, he should be immortalized as a statue and put in the Hall of Fame, which he was put in the Hall of Fame before he died, I think. And he is immortalized. He is. Billy Joel was right. Old singers that are great have had great success in number one hits, and it's like people like Tom T. Hall and Tony Bennett, Frank Sinatra. They should be, and Conway Twitty. They should all be remembered. Their music will never be forgotten, but they should not be forgotten as well, because they put a notch on music history.
Yes, they did.
Go ahead, Mikey. While
I
you're
agree
still
wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh wait,
No, go ahead.
I,
Like I said, when you come on, we'll shut
my
up
other thing.
because you don't have a lot of time with your thingamajig going out. So go ahead.
Okay. I'm glad. I love you, brother, and brothers. I love you both. I'm glad you guys are so
I love
understanding.
you too.
And my wife is very, very helpful this evening. Yeah, George Jones said it best. Who's going to fill their shoes? Nobody. There's nobody that's going
That's
to.
right. Who's gonna fill their shoes? Who's gonna stand that tall?
Nobody.
Yeah, stupid thing. Enjoying the last of my cigarettes since my building is going
Yeah.
smoke free tomorrow.
What's that?
Here's the bugle waits.
Yeah. Oh,
Who's gonna play the Opry and the Wabash Cannonball? Go ahead, Mikey. Whenever you come in, go ahead.
Okay, I will. I love hearing you sing.
Oh, I didn't
That could be
know
part
you
of the
were here.
show. The talent portion of our show today is from Colonel.
I wish we could get his.
Don't quite work. Does godless sewing. No, we're just saying, Jay, that your singing is wonderful. This could be the talent portion of our show today. Of course. Daniel, I was going to ask you about uh, going back to Deadpool 3 real quick. So,
Mhm.
have we heard that Wesley Snipes has confirmed his entry into it as Blade? Has he said anything?
No, it's like it's rumors for now, but I do believe that this is a solid one because there's many reasons for that. Well, first of all, Wesley Snipes has tried to get back the role as Blade for a long time, for a while now, and he tried to go back as Blade come back as Blade in the MCU, but they wouldn't let him. Because they want a younger person, right? They don't want to deal with his movies.
Right.
They could make his movies.
Stupid.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, they
Go
could
ahead.
make his movies canon. They could easily say, "Oh, his movies take place in the 1990s in the MCU," but they keep on saying no because they don't want to deal with that continuity, and because they want to do something new. They want to get someone, someone new, someone younger. And then he cleverly tried to write a show about Blade's daughter in the MCU, so he could make appearances as Blade, as he can make guest appearances as Blade, as like a mentor figure to his daughter. But unfortunately, that didn't work out. I guess Marvel Disney saw what he was trying to do, and they were like, no. They were like, no, and so now, so he tried to get into the MCU for a while. It didn't work. Now he has a chance.
I think it's so stupid that they say that older actors can't act. We don't want them to reprise their roles. Heck, that's stupid.
I agree. I think that given the chance, if you have someone like Wesley Snipes who's still in the best, I think he's still in the best shape of his career. I
Use
think if
him
you could,
while he's here, because by the time he's dead, you're gonna wish he was doing the character.
yeah, you're gonna have to wish he was doing Blade. But sure, I agree. Well, now
Yeah.
here's the other thing I heard about our other friend of ours, Harrison Ford. Now he's already set up to do Captain America: New World Order. That's the next Captain America that's going to come out. He's in it, and then he's going to do
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford,
Huh.
the 80-year-old Harrison Ford. He still is
I wonder
working,
who
and
he's gonna play.
I don't know who he's going to play in Captain America. I'm not sure, but the next one he's signed up for it. And then he's
Wow.
doing this. Then he's doing an anime brought to live action. Not Thundercats, but it's called some. I had the name of it on the tip of my tongue. I'll think of it later, probably for next week's stream. But yeah, but he's going to be doing two movies, and one of them Captain America. So I was like, wow. And then I just heard a rumor too that Ryan Gosling he wants to bring back $6 Million Man and play Steve Austin.
Oh yeah. I want a
Oh my!
$6 million man. Just don't make fun of it. Make it real, please. Don't do like they did the Dukes of Hazard and Starsky and Hutch and
Oh
all them
shit!
stupid movies they made fun of. Make it
Oh,
real.
it was who was the worst? Jessica Simpson, who came back with the Dukes of Hazard
Oh Jesus.
as
And that stupid Starsky and Hutch movie. There's been others that they made
what
fun
was
of.
her role as Daisy Duke, who came back as that was just so
Yeah, yeah. That was a They just
sad.
made fun of the characters in the show. I didn't like any of those movies.
Oh man.
Nobody should have went to see it.
Oh, oh
So yeah, and finally, you know what? I think the reason why he will come also is because I think, okay, I just remembered this. Wesley Snipes and Ryan Reynolds worked together on Blade 3. So
Okay.
I think that Wesley Snipes, I think that Ryan Reynolds can pull in Wesley Snipes.
And I don't like where people say that Green Lantern was a bad movie. I love Green Lantern. They didn't make fun of it. I think Hal Jordan should have been more stronger because he was a man with no fear, and they made him with fear. That was wrong. But
yeah, that was
everything.
right, but that was my only issue,
Go
Jay,
ahead.
is that the fact they made Ryan Reynolds fearful. Right, he's the one that played it. Green Lantern. I think that they could have done more. Instead of making him fearful, they could have just made him more heroic,
But it wasn't a
which they
bad
really
movie.
didn't. I don't think they did in that film. No, but it was a fine movie. I liked it. I did. I don't think it was one of his worst performances.
Yeah.
Even though
I
in
want him
Deadpool
to
he
come
did
back
shoot
as
himself in
Mr.
the
Fantastic.
head for the script, you know. So
Deadpool is his best acting.
yeah, I agree. Suzanne says hello, Godless Sony, and Godless Sony says, "How's it going, Moon Pies?" Thank you, baby. Don't worry, my wife is great at keeping people entertained in the chat while we're discussing important subjects.
You go right ahead.
Okay, so let's see. Yes, good. Thank you. How are you? Yes. Okay, so let me see now. What was the other thing? Uh, okay, so like I said, we lost four really good controversial people in the last few days. Um, now we know that Ryan Gosling wants to do a reboot of $6 Million Man, which I'm not too happy about myself, since I'd rather it not be done, because then you have to bring in Bionic Woman as well. And who in the hell is going to play Bionic Woman? I mean, they tried that. They tried to do a reboot on NBC. If some people
I
don't
love the
remember,
NBC Bionic Woman. I thought they should have let it go for a full season. They didn't give it a chance. I loved it.
right? They didn't give it.
They need to do the Bionic
Yeah, you're right. They
sound
didn't even
effect
give it a
from
chance.
the
They canceled it like midway through half of the first season.
right.
Yeah.
Well, they only had like 4 or so episodes. And if they're going to
Yeah,
do a Bionic
I remember that.
Man
And
or Bionic Woman show or movie, they need to do the old Bionic sound effect. That's what fans want.
yes, that's why I'm saying I hope they don't get too woke and decide to use different kinds of sound for
Yes.
their movements and the things that they do. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, on that we can definitely on that we definitely all three of us can agree that they keep the old sound effects. They Kenneth Johnson. Kenneth Johnson, where are you? Stat. We need the old effects. We need the old sound, damn it. Come on back.
No.
Yeah. You know what? If you're gonna make a movie, bring back the fembots for Christ's sake. We could actually use some competition.
Oh, please no. I don't like the Fembot. No.
Okay, well then who else
And
do you bring
no
back?
Bigfoot, please. I couldn't stand Bigfoot.
You can't bring back Oscar Goldman unless you use some other actor.
Oh yeah, they can do Oscar Goldman, but you just have to please make the actors like the characters. You can find actors who can act like them. Just let them act like them.
Yes. My wife, she's always in the background. LOL. God, this one says, I'm doing great, thank you. And of course, Moon Pie Beautiful says, you're welcome. Great to hear.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is a great moderator too. She's helped me on a few of my chats too. So for that, my lovely wife, I love you.
Oh, good. I'm just
For a moment. Oppenheimer could have
keep me in your prayers,
a
Mikey.
couple of Oscar. Definitely. I was gonna say, definitely for sound and visual effects for Oppenheimer, um, should be nominated. I think that Robert Downey Jr. as Lewis Strauss should definitely be nominated, and I would also be bold enough to say that Matt Damon. Oh, Cillian Murphy, he played Oppenheimer.
Oh, he was great. I was saying,
Okay.
keep me in your prayers, buddy.
What's that?
I was saying, keep me in your prayers.
My brother, I always do. I love you. You know that. You guys are always in my prayers.
I'm battling crippling arthritis.
Oh my God. Yes, sir. Yeah, we are too. Well, so is Suzanne. She's going. Yeah, she's going through it as well. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We're saying all of our prayers, brother. We love you. Just we don't want anything to happen to you.
My medicine got to the point where my body was getting used to the medicine, and they had to increase my gabapentin, and they put me on a a new medicine for arthritis. Ah, Lord.
Yeah, we're definitely we got prayers going for you 24/7, my friend, my brother.
I
Definitely.
sure do. Okay.
And Daniel, we've got prayers going from my parents as well for you, my brother, and from another mother as well
And we got prayers for
about your
Daniel.
depression and prayers from Jay's groups as well. So Daniel, you're always in prayers. You know that. So
And you're in our prayers as well, Mikey.
oh, thank you.
And if there's anything I can do to help you get your internet fixed or new equipment, I'll do whatever I can.
I appreciate that. I do. We both do. We're getting on good footing. We're thank God that you know the tax man was very nice to us this year. I'll say, without giving away too much, and we're doing okay. We're starting to take a foothold, and hopefully
It's a
by the
shame that if you're on disability, I don't know how it is in Canada. In the United States, we have a program to help people on disability and stuff, and our disability isn't taxed, thank God. So I don't
yeah
know if
we have our yeah we have
go
our
ahead.
disability here. Oh no, that's what I was going to say. We have our disability here, and we've got it. We've got it under control. Um, Suzanne was able to see a doctor and figured out what was happening with her hand.
I'm sad to hear that you get taxed on your disability. We don't do that here.
Yeah, well, we don't really get taxed. It's more of a well, here in Canada, it's free, free medical. They take care of you. They need to take care of you, but they take their time, and then free dental as well. So, I've had my health checked. I know that I have diabetes type 2, and I've been able to control it so far, thanks to your prayers and Daniel's prayers and God and my family praying for us as well. I've lost some weight, so I'm starting to recover slowly but surely. My wife, I'm always praying for her, of course, and love her so much, and she's doing the best she can. And she says to you, "I hope you can be pain free soon, Jay and Daniel."
I'll never be pain free, but I hope it's manageable.
Yeah,
I can tell you one thing. I know when it's time for
yeah.
another a dose of
She also
medicine.
says we do have free health care and meds. Yeah.
Well, thank God for the taxpayers in America because I wouldn't be able to pay for the medical care that I get. Um, I'm grateful that the Lord helped me find an insurance that is better than regular Medicare because my new insurance takes care of dental, and in November I'm going to be able to get all my teeth taken out. In January of next year, I'll be able to get my dentures. So that will help my diabetes too, because if you have bad teeth, it can cause you to have diabetes. So, and that's why I've
Yes,
got diabetes.
yes, that's true. I will probably have. I think I'm going to do the same thing as have all my teeth removed too, because there's no point. I just
And I
I
apologize for the way I talk right now because I have a gap in front of my mouth because my front tooth broke off, and I'm slurring my speech a little bit. And my
that's
speech will be even worse. My speech will be even worse when I yank all my teeth out.
Oh, that's okay. We still love you. We won't even notice, but buddy,
Oh, thank
we still love you
you.
the same.
I'm surprised the professor didn't come up and join us. We invite anybody to come up and join us.
I just, yeah, I have, like I said, I'll tell you more, when we get on, after the stream is done, I'll tell
Yeah.
you a bit more of why. It's not, I haven't ignored the professor. I know he's still out there, and I haven't blocked him. He says I did, but I didn't. But I'll explain more later on. We'll talk about it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll be here for about another half hour, and then we'll just go ahead and shut it down. But just, because I don't want to go too long and realize I'll keep going blip 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 and can't talk anymore. So just,
It's okay. You go ahead.
yeah, okay. Let's see. What other subject can I think of off the top of my head?
What else entertainment news you got?
Well, let's see. Like I said, the latest I heard was Ryan Gosling wants to reboot $6 Million Man. I'm curious to see.
Mark Wahlberg wanted to do it and it fell apart. So I'm glad that
Mark
somebody
Mark
wants to do it.
Wahlberg. Oh, I'm glad he wants to do it, but Mark Wahlberg is not my first choice. He's definitely not my first choice for
Well, to tell you the truth, there's nobody that
doing,
I can think of
you
that
know,
can do it. But I'm glad
Steve
that there's
Austin.
somebody that wants
And
to
Ryan
do it.
Gosling is just him to do it. Oh, I know. There's a lot of people who'd love to do it.
Yeah. But there's nobody that could take the place of Lee Majors.
Hey, I would love to be Steve Austin myself. That's not going to happen. Yeah, sure. I can jump this building. Yeah. There's Joe.
You know, the $6 Million Man sound effect.
Hey, Joe.
They didn't do the sound effect. When he ran, they mostly did when he threw something or he jumped. But in the movies, the TV movies, they did the bionic sound effect in anything he did, and I like that. That was better. And I hope they do the sound effect for everything he does, jumping, running, throwing, doing his eye.
And we just had Joe, also known as LDG, Free the Net, is here. Hi, Joe. He said sorry he was late. He had a fridge delivered. And I said hello to him. So it's good to see you, LDG. Yeah, she said you're just in time.
Yeah, welcome everybody.
If you wanna come and join us, Joe, or LDG for a few minutes, it's at the very top, the stream there, by StreamYard. If you want to come in for a few minutes,
and hit that like button.
It's right up there.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Go ahead.
Why
Daniel.
did the minor strike have to happen now? Couldn't it happen like sometime after, Deadpool 3 finished? I mean, it could have happened a time after. It had to happen now. Why did it have to happen now and ruin everything?
Oh yeah, the writer's strike. Yeah.
Well, because of the AI threat.
I know, but oh boy, it had to happen at the most inopportune time.
It'll happen when they come back. Relax. It will happen.
I mean, if it happened like in 2024, I would be like, okay, whatever, But But now.
Yeah, well, they have to do it because of the AI threat before they put it into action. because when they put it
Yeah,
in
yeah, but
action,
AI is
it's
coming
gonna be harder
anyways.
for them to do the strike.
Yeah, but AI is coming anyways. You're not going to stop it.
I know, but they had to do it now before they start the AI thing.
I mean, AI could solve a lot of the world's problems. AI could solve a lot of the world's problems.
No, AI will cause a lot of problems, even in our own lives. They don't need to do AI. They need to stop AI immediately.
I have to agree. I have to agree a little bit with Jay, Daniel, that AI has got to be restricted to some degree. It can't possibly be the end all save all, for films like and for other things in life. Um, Somebody's got to be able to have a handle on it. That's true. Um, but yes, I agree with your timing. I think that if the writer's strike was to have occurred, it should have happened after all these big movies are coming out because, well, we already know, like I said, the next big one after Oppenheimer is pretty much Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix. I've already
Yeah,
seen the
because
trailer for that, so.
because
here's
AI.
a plus side. Here's a plus side of the strike happening in 2024. It would have stopped. First of all, okay, Deadpool would have been done in the can, and all we had to do was wait. And also, you know what? It would have, if it happened in 2024, it would have stopped. It would have stopped that crappy Superman Legacy reboot film from being made. I don't want to see that piece of crap.
Well, they're going to do it anyway because the politics in the of all the woke and everything in
mean,
entertainment,
look,
that's going to happen no matter what.
We already had a Superman. It was Henry Cavill.
Yes.
And okay, one second.
If you do AI, Job, it's going to create Skylink.
Skynet.
Skynet, yeah, Skynet.
We're all treading against Skynet.
How to destroy it.
We already had a Superman, Henry Cavill, and I will admit, when Henry Cavill first came on the scene in 2012, I didn't like Henry Cavill at all. I was like, "You're not Superman," because my Superman was Tom Welling from Smallville. That was my Superman. I love Tom Welling in Smallville. He was the best.
Oh yeah, Smallville. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah.
No one can replace Christopher Reeve.
Christopher Reeve. Yeah, when we grew up, that was ours.
Yeah. Smallville Superman seemed to have the most power. He was the fastest one. He was the strongest one, especially in the very end. And
well, yeah, because they had the technology to do that. They didn't when Christopher Reeve was Superman. So we got the best Superman we could. Every year, the way technology is growing, you're going to get the best Superman, Batman, and everything.
Yeah, well, that's not necessarily the case because Tom Welling.
No, it is.
I mean, Tom Welling Superman was way better than Brandon Routh's Superman. Brandon Routh's Superman came in 2006.
Well, yeah, because the technology was just growing, and they didn't know how to do the technology. Now they're getting better at the technology because look at Henry Cavill Superman. He was a lot more powerful than Tom Welling. So
wait.
I love Henry Cavill.
I never saw Henry Cavill move a planet before. I've seen Tom Welling move Apocalypse, but I never saw Henry Cavill move a planet.
That's because they hadn't done it yet. Just give them time.
Yeah, they need to get to that.
I loved Ben Affleck's Batman. He was more like what was it? The Batman comic book, Batman Returns or something, Dark Knight Returns or something.
Yeah, the Dark Knight Returns.
He was an older, fatter Batman, and Ben Affleck played that well because in Batman versus Superman, when he was in that metal uniform, that was exactly like in the comic book. They did that really good. And I wish they had brought back, I wish they could have done another Justice League because I love Justice League. A lot of people
Well,
didn't like
I
it, but
Which
I
admit-
one?
loved
Which
it.
one? The Snyder cut or the
Uh,
one from
Yeah,
Joss
Snyder
Whedon?
cut.
Yeah, the Snyder cut.
Snyder cut.
Yeah.
Right.
We need
Yeah.
another Justice League so we can get a full movie with Darkseid. We
Yeah,
have
you
the
know-
technology to do Darkseid. Let's do it.
But
Yeah.
there is a chance. There is a chance because Warner Brothers is selling something to Netflix, and there is a chance that Netflix could take the Snyderverse and do something
It's
with
just
it.
a rumor. They're not
It's a
going to do
rumor.
it. They don't want. They don't want Zack Snyder back in Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
Movies.
whatever happened there? Like they have a problem with Zack Snyder, they have a problem with Henry Cavill, and they never really explain that.
I don't know.
They just
Maybe it
they
was money.
didn't want
Maybe it was
to
money
go with
issues.
the woke situation, so they fired him.
But wait a second. How do you? I mean, I keep on hearing people say woke and SJW. How can you identify that? I never could. It's all the same to me.
If you see how they treat men, they don't treat men the way men are. They treat them like they're babies. They're nothing. They're no good. Not all men are like that. Yeah, there are some men that are bad. There are some women that are bad. But stop putting your politics into movies and TV shows. Just make good movies, and you
I know,
will be
Salty Trekker-
successful.
Yeah, just make
Salty Trekker said it's been like this since the 1950s.
Oh no.
Oh no, he's not right at all.
See, back in the 1950s, they treated women like they were a damsel in distress. They couldn't do nothing except be saved by men. That's woke too. Before we even had a definition for it, woke. Now it's men. Men need to be saved by women. It's bullshit. And they need to stop it. If you will just make good movies and good writing, you will have billion-dollar movies again.
Well, I'll give you great.
But you know what? Here's a weird thing. You know,
Exactly.
Barbie, the Barbie movie. The Barbie movie
That
had
was
already made
woke.
$500 million. It already made $500 million.
You know
And
how Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. So she did soldiering. She's really good.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
She was like a soldier in the army, in the Israel army. I think she actually did martial arts.
She was in the
She was very good at it.
Israeli
So that was on TV. But you know,
army.
for me, it's Gal
everybody
Gadot. She's Wonder Woman.
Everybody that is able, that is able, their citizens have to join the military for at least a year or two. It's a requirement. And she was in the army,
Yeah,
and she
that was
played
cool.
a good Wonder Woman.
she's great Wonder Woman. I love Gal Gadot, and I hope she still does it.
She should be back as Wonder Woman. Ben Affleck should return as Batman. Henry Cavill as Superman. Get
did
somebody, get Grant Gustin, whatever his name is, to play the Flash. What's his name? Played a good Aquaman.
Oh,
And,
get Jason Momoa back. I want Momoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, Momoa's my Aquaman.
And-
Yes, he is.
And the guy that played Cyborg was pretty good.
Oh, he's very good.
And
But you know who could play
then
him
bring-
better?
then
Michael J.
bring,
White could play him.
then bring what's his name? Ryan
Reynolds?
as Green Lantern,
Yes. Okay.
or
Sure.
get a black actor to play the other Green Lantern, John Stewart,
Or
and,
Idris Elba.
bring-
Or Idris Elba could play him.
and get the guy who played Martian Manhunter in
Smallville.
In Supergirl. The guy who played him in Supergirl.
what's
You
his
remember who
name?
played him, Martian Manhunter? Well, I can't remember the actor
He
right
played him
offhand,
in.
but
He played him in the animated Justice League. The black guy.
yes,
He also played. He played the Martian Manhunter's dad in Supergirl.
yes,
He could play
he did.
or get the guy who played Martian Manhunter in Supergirl. He was good.
That's what I said. That's the one you should get. He's the perfect
Yeah.
actor for that. I agree.
But I'm just tired of the Martian Manhunter. This is who I want as the roster for Justice League: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Aquaman,
And Flash.
Flash, and Hawkgirl.
Hawkgirl. Yeah, that's going to be a tough call. I don't know which actress could really play Hawkgirl. But since Margot Robbie's the feminist actress of the day, yeah, Margot Robbie could play Hawkgirl. She could definitely.
Well, the woman who
She-
played Hawkgirl in Justice League, if she's not too old, I'd say get her.
It's
Sure.
Because I love her voice.
You know,
Yeah, go ahead,
Jay,
Daniel.
weren't you excited? Weren't you excited in November when? Okay, first of all, what did you think of Black Adam? Did you like Black Adam?
I loved it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
understand. I don't understand. I thought to myself, this movie, Black Adam, is $1 billion movie easy, but it didn't. In fact, it lost money. I just don't get it. How is it that a movie like The Joker with Joaquin Phoenix makes over $1 billion, and Black Adam loses money like crazy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait a minute.
It's hard to say.
Put that back. I didn't get to finish reading it. What is it? Of a strike,
Oh,
it would happen.
okay,
Sure, you
so
know it would happen, and no, it would happen. Yeah, that's true. But just wait till the strike gets over, and they will finish Deadpool and all the movies and TV shows that they have on schedule. They have to do the strike because they are not getting enough residuals for the old actors for their old shows that are on streaming. They're not getting hardly anything on the streaming, if they are getting anything at all, because streaming is
They're
new,
not getting the. Well, yeah, they're not
and they're not getting enough health insurance.
residuals.
So I understand why they're striking. Let them strike. It may be a year or two on the strike. It may take a year or two on the strike. The strike is hurting the companies. They need to put out programming. The only thing that we're going to get until the strike on TV is going to be game shows and reality shows. That's it.
Well, we got
Good night,
Yeah,
Moonbite.
that's not a very good answer.
we got Castlevania coming out. I'm gonna watch that. I'm so excited for that. That's on September the 6th, and then we got Loki on October, and I don't know what we got in November.
If it's through making, post production, then yeah. But if not,
Yeah, I don't listen to
Professor's
Salty
talking
Trucker
about the
anymore.
1950s thing.
He's not all there, Professor. I don't listen to Salty Trucker anymore, just to say. But
I do listen to him on his
well, I think we're.
church life. I like his views on Christianity, and I do follow him when he's reading the Bible and talking about the Bible, and I do believe in most of what he says about the Bible.
Okay, well, I had to say I have a few differing views from Salty
Oh,
Trucker, and
There are some things I just don't agree with what he says, but I just let him rant because it's his channel. But
that's right. It's his channel, and he can rant all he wants, and we can make the ultimate choice of saying, do we want to listen to you or not? So that's exactly how we treat it. Exactly. And it doesn't bother me. Some people have asked me, well, your channel's not monetized, and I say to them, well, I don't care because
Well,
I
you
like
have
being
to
able
get
to put
to a
out my
certain
opinion.
amount of. You have to get to so many subscribers and watching. How many people watch? How many like before they can monetize you? You got to
Exactly.
get to like 10,000 people to be monetized. So,
I know it's ridiculous, and
or
I know of
or
the limits. Yeah, go ahead.
or you can set up a PayPal, what is it called? Um,
A GoFundMe.
no, it's a little thing with a dollar sign on the end of their comment. It's called Super
Chat.
Chat. You can do
Super
Super
chats.
Chat.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, super chats. Yeah, that's fine. I look if I was really hurting for fundage, I'd say yes. Super chats would be fine, but I'm not that fully established, and I'm just happy because you guys are here, and you're family to me, and that means the most to me. If I have my family that's here and have worthwhile discussions like this, that's really all that matters.
Yep.
That's all that I care about. You know.
If I knew how to do streaming, I'd do a streaming on my channel and start
Oh, Jay,
streaming.
what do you have on your channel, by the way?
Yeah. What's on your
I
channel,
don't have
Jay?
nothing.
Oh,
I don't have nothing. I just watch videos on YouTube.
oh, okay.
That's it.
So,
I don't. I don't
okay,
do anything.
what
Well,
did you
except
think
yeah.
in
Sorry.
November? In November, okay. First of all, I gotta say, like, do you think it's? I mean, it's. What do you think about this whole thing where Black Adam doesn't do any money, and Joker makes over $1 billion, and even Barbie
Because,
movie is getting close to $1 billion.
well, I'll tell you the reason why Barbie did great. The fans of Barbie, they're the ones that did it. Okay. Why Joker did so good. The fans of the actor, plus
Yeah,
they wanted to see
those have
the Joker fans
to be
wanted
really
to see Joker, and that's the reason
true
why
diehard
it did.
fans.
Huh? We'll wait for him to come back. But that's the
Okay,
reason
yeah,
why
sorry.
Joker did. Yeah,
Hopefully
go
you can
ahead,
read
Mike.
this.
Like I know Steampunk tells me that. Well, I asked him like, why does the Joker make over $1 billion, and while other movies fail and plummet, right? And he
Because
tells
they
me,
don't have the people to come and go see it. That's the reason why.
well, it's pretty much the same genre. The only difference is the other movies have special
No,
effects.
no, you have to have people who like that genre to go see that genre. There's a lot of people that don't like, let's see, Joker. It didn't appeal to me because it didn't have Batman. It was Joker, so I didn't go see it. I didn't go see Barbie because I'm not into dolls. Um, Black Adam. I went to see Black Adam because I've always wanted to see Black Adam in the real life. But I think it should have been with Shazam instead of him and some stupid bad guy. It should have been him, the bad guy, Captain Marvel, Shazam should have been fighting Black Adam. That's the way it should have been. But it was still a good
And
movie.
when Shazam first came out, well, yeah, when Shazam first came out and Zachary Levi played him, it was
It
great
should have been
because
Black Adam instead of Dr. Savannah. And Dr. Savannah
I
was not
agree.
Dr. Savannah.
Correct, and I agree. But still,
I want to see Captain Marvel and Mr. Mind. let him fight that little worm.
yes, that was funny. Well, we
big
just got
monkey.
we just got Tom Hardy with Venom, and I want to go find Venom.
Yeah.
There will be Carnage with
That's
Woody Harrelson because that looks good. I wanted to get
that's
that.
not one of my genres, so I didn't go see it. But there was a lot of people who loved that genre. That's the reason why it did so good. Spider-Man. I'm not a Spider-Man person, but that went. So see, that's the explanation, Daniel. You have to have people who like that genre that will go and spend money to pay for a movie ticket to go see it.
Yeah, let me go
Not
ahead and
not everybody likes not everybody likes what I like. No, not everybody likes what you like. So
yeah.
that's the reason why movies either tank or are a success.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
get
but
guys.
The Rock.
Let
The
me
Rock.
get to that. Hold on, Daniel. Let me get to you real quick. I'm just gonna read real quick through these, okay, so that everybody knows what's going on. Okay, now first of all, Professor says hopefully Section 31 and Starfleet Academy will die. I say
Yes,
yes to Starfleet Academy die, but not Section 31. I want
I
Section
want
31 to
Section
succeed.
131 to die.
Oh, you do want it to die. Okay,
Yes,
I want it to succeed, but I
it's not
don't want
going to be what
Starfleet
you think.
Academy to be out there.
It's not what you think. It's
He
not
says,
what
what
you
I was
think.
saying is, I doubt Salty Tricker would say that if we had woken this like we do now since the 1950s, well, I don't know. I don't listen to Salty Tricker too much. And stupid speech to text doesn't always work well. Well, that's usually true. Joker is a much known character, and
Yes,
he is a much more known villain. Yes. I think,
yes.
Daniel, before I let you go ahead and talk some more, because I love when you talk, um, my point is my point is that Joker, when Joaquin Phoenix plays him, you get to see more of the detailed uh, background of why he became the Joker, why he
Yes.
decided to become Batman's most villainous, namesake. He had to build up from nothing, and he did. He built up
Yep.
from nothing. So I appreciated that film solely for the fact that he grew from nothing, and that explained a lot of reasons why the other films here and there with Keaton and Bale and
And
so
it's
forth, where they
also
kind
the
of the
economy. A lot of
Joker
people just don't have
were
money to
so
go see
successful.
a movie.
Yeah,
But if you've got
yeah,
a movie that
it's true.
people want to go see, they're going to go see it no matter what. Like Barbie.
Yeah, Professor, if I want Section 31 to succeed, which I would like it to, I'd like it to be a movie.
Right.
And if you can,
Right.
use
It
it in the
is.
Star Trek canon. Yeah,
It's going to
use
be a
it in the
movie.
Star Trek canon, but don't make it a series. Yeah, I hope it'll be a movie because that's what I want. I
It
definitely
is.
want that.
It is.
Yeah. The other thing he says, the more
So
we know about
far,
Section
it's just
31,
going to be a one movie. Michelle Hurd has
right?
said that since she won the Academy Award, so her price is going to go skyrocketing. So she agreed to do just one movie right now of Section
Yes,
31 because she's
Michelle
obligated with
Yeoh,
her
right?
contract.
Right. And the more we know about Section 31, just reading the rest of it here, the less appealing it is. It should be hidden in the shadows, working secretly. It shouldn't be all out in the open with all the secrets being shown, which is true. But there is a film that you can do
Exactly.
with that. Yes. Okay, we're clear
Because
on that. Yeah.
see in Star Trek Discovery, everybody on the planet in the entire universe knew about Section 31. Section 31 was a rogue organization. Nobody knew about it until Deep Space Nine in the 24th century. Come on,
Right.
people.
Come on, people. Stay consistent with your facts.
Stick
Which is
with
why I didn't quite
frickin'
like Discovery.
canon.
Yes.
Either say the new Star Trek is a reboot, which it is, just say it and go on, or it's just stupid.
I get it. And I wish that J.J. Abrams would pass the torch, especially after how badly
Absolutely.
Star Trek Beyond did. I think he should just pass on the torch to
J.J.
somebody
Abrams needs
else.
to get out of Star Trek, and so does Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsmith. Give it to Terry Matalas. He showed how Star Trek can be relevant again and good again with Picard season 3. He knows how to do it. He used to work for the old Star Trek stuff. He knows how to do it. He just said
People with
in
bourbon and stuff. Yes,
in an
I agree.
interview
Yes.
with the Shuttle Pod show that that's how he would do it. Bring it back like the Berman era and continue on with the Berman era because that's what we want.
Yeah, we want it for sure. Yeah, and Professor, you're right. You're correct. It will be a TV film or streaming film, not a miniseries. Hope to God it's not a mini, just to be one
It's just going to be a movie.
film.
Right now,
And
it's
for them,
just a
and
one
for it to
movie.
I
be
mean, let's hope.
cataclysmic,
I mean, I
not
hope
only
it's
the fact that
a
their
series.
presence is
I hope
secret
it's
and
a series
mysterious.
of movies,
It's
but
just
I'll
a
It's not
movie.
going to be
Yeah.
series. It's not going to be series.
no, I mean a
It's gonna
series
be
of
a-
movies, like maybe like 2 or 3 movies or something.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Right now, she just wants to do one to end her contract, and that's it.
Okay, that's
Because
cool too.
she's a big, huge Academy Award winning star, and she wants all the movies she can get because she's getting older, and she wants to get as many movies as she can.
That's true. Just quickly, Professor says Beyond was the best of the Kelvin movies. Actually, in my opinion, I think that
No.
Into Darkness
I'm
was
glad-
great.
Yeah, the
I
I'm,
loved
Darkness
Into
was the
I'm
Darkness.
best.
happy for your opinion, Professor, but for me, I didn't like any of them.
Yeah, I only liked one, and that was Into
None.
Darkness. Into Darkness was
None.
okay. It was better.
Nope.
Benedict
Nope.
Cumberbatch played a great villain. I liked him as
Nope.
Khan.
Nope.
I did.
Nope. Nope.
But
I'm-
he did a really,
I
really
agree with-
good.
I
Really good.
accept
I wish they
your
explained
opinion,
it.
but for me, the only one that can do Khan is Ricardo Montalban.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Daniel.
I mean,
Well,
they
that's
should have
what
explained.
we
They should have
grew up
explained
with,
why
but he's
he
gone.
looks the way he is.
There's something we can
Like,
do.
you know, see, the way I would have done it if I wrote it was like Cumberbatch would have, you know, he would have been revealed as maybe someone a part of Khan's group that was pretending to be Khan,
Yeah.
right? Like he was
Yeah.
was protecting Khan.
Well,
so he
don't
was
even
pretending to be him.
don't pretend to be Khan. Just be one of his group, like
Oh yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see, like
Don't say
J.J.
you're
Abrams is
Khan.
not a very good. Abrams is not a very good writer. I don't know where they got him from, but he's not a very good writer.
Well, he was good in Lost, but
Lost was his only
He
good
just-
thing he ever
You
did.
know, I was
Like
talking.
he
I was
said-
talking. Sorry.
like
what?
he said, he didn't know anything about Star Trek. He didn't watch Star Trek as a kid. You need somebody that loves Star Trek, watches Star Trek. You need somebody like Terry Matalas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
was talking to Steampunk. I was talking to Steampunk, and he told me Lost didn't make any sense, and he hated Lost.
There are, like I said, there are some people that got into it, some people didn't. I didn't
Yeah.
watch it at all, but I heard that he was a lot of people loved it, so they must have loved the writing. All three of them was the worst, in my opinion.
Well, obviously, Professor says that he thought Into Darkness was the worst. He also said, Jay, I didn't really like any of the Kelvin movies, but Beyond was the best of the three.
And I accept your opinion.
Thomas Potts said Beyond, and Thomas Potts said Beyond was the worst. Hello, Thomas Potts. Welcome to the chat, by the way. Hush, Thomas. Professor.
No,
I mean, hello, Thomas.
no, you speak your mind, Thomas, but we
He says he
accept
loved
everybody's
Lost.
opinion.
I didn't get into Lost as much. I guess I'm not much into J.J. Abrams himself as a person. I'm sure he's a very
No,
nice
I'm-
man, but I'm
I'd
not
love
into him as
Friends.
much.
I loved Fringe when JJ did Fringe.
Okay, Fringe was okay. Yeah, I liked Fringe.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't get to see much
But
of it,
he-
but yes, it was okay. I liked Fringe.
He doesn't know anything about Star Trek. He just doesn't. If he did, he wouldn't have put Spock and Uhura into a romance.
Okay, guys, let me both to my co-hosts and to Thomas and Professor in the chat. Let me ask you honestly: did J.J. Abrams destroy Star Trek and Star Wars when he took over?
Yes.
He created an alternate timeline, so he didn't really destroy it. He kind of made something new. He even called
He
it an alternate
destroyed it.
timeline.
Okay, so Daniel, you're basically saying no, J.J. Abrams didn't destroy Star Trek or Star Wars.
I mean, he did
Since he took
something.
those
Also, on the
franchises.
Star Trek, on the Star Wars thing. I mean, okay, Star Wars, The Force Awakens was a brilliant movie. There was a reason why it made over
Oh.
$2 billion. It made over $2 billion worldwide. You can't argue with that. It made over $2 billion.
I'm
And
not
I get it.
arguing about the price
The
tag
money.
of the movies that it did, but
It's just the quality.
Or-
It's just the
Yeah.
quality,
Star
right? Is that what
Wars
you're thinking
old-
about? Yeah.
for Star Wars fans from the first 3 movies who are fans, we can tell you what we should have gotten with the sequels, not prequels, sequels.
Right.
It should have started right at 20 years after Luke and them destroyed the last Death Star. Luke should have been the hero, not Rey.
Right.
It should have been Luke
yeah,
and
it
Han
definitely-
and Leia.
I agree. What I think they should have done is the book that I read about the She-Rook that came against space, and where the Empire and the Rebels had to unite together against one common foe. That She-Rook storyline should have happened, but it didn't. They waited too
And
long
George
and let
Lucas
it go.
was in the meetings when they first started this 3-movie sequel, but they wouldn't listen to him. He told them that it shouldn't have been Rey. He told them a lot of things, and they didn't listen to anything. His big problem was he should have never sold it to Disney. If he
Yes.
wanted to do a sequel, he could have found the backing to do it, and he should have done it his way.
I agree.
But
you see,
I agree.
he sold it,
That's the
and
problem.
he didn't. Go ahead, Daniel.
George
Yeah.
Lucas, he wanted to end it with episode 3, and people were asking him for years, do another one, do another. It was no, that's it. There's nothing after episode 6, nothing after, and he's never wanted to do another one. Then when he sold it to Disney, Disney said, "Let's milk it. Let's make 7, 8, 9. Let's make all kinds of movies." And I was so
And
happy.
he said okay, and he was okay with it. And it was in his contract when he sold it that he had the right to tell them how it should have been, and they was going to do it that way. But Kennedy just slapped him in the face and said, "No, we own it. We're not going to do what we said," because there was a granddaddy loophole to where they didn't have to listen to anything he said, and they did it their way.
Yeah,
And
Kennedy
they
is kind of
should-
a bad thing. She's
And I
kind of bad.
guarantee you, Gene Roddenberry, even though he said, "Sure, I'm okay with somebody coming in and do Star Trek after I'm gone and put their spin," but they edited that interview. He said, "But stay in the lines of how I created Star Trek.
Right.
Follow the canon." But
Follow the
they
canon.
cut that part, and you can't find it anymore. But I heard what he said.
All right,
And-
gentlemen. Gentlemen, let me interrupt for a moment so we can catch up to the chat here. First of all, Thomas Potts did say that JJ created Lost, but barely had anything to do with it. Professor says, "Remember, Abrams didn't write or direct Beyond." Yes, I do remember that. Both Thomas and Professor both answered that no, J.J. Abrams did not destroy Star Wars or Star Trek.
But
so I
he
know where I
did
stand.
have a handling of running Beyond and the others. but he
He had
did.
a hand in it, but he just stayed as a executive producer, I
Right.
think it was. I
Right.
didn't really do much.
And
Yeah,
consultant. And he
Yeah.
did a lot of consulting.
sure. Star Wars: The Force Awakens wasn't bad. Ryan Johnson destroyed Star Wars. Oh, you're talking about The Last Jedi? Yeah, Thomas Potts. Yeah, that.
Everybody destroyed the Star
Yeah,
Wars.
everybody thinks
sequel.
that was done, but if you look at the movie, another movie that Ryan Johnson did with Daniel Craig called Knives Out. Now that is a great movie. I think it's a
Yeah,
great
you know what?
mystery movie.
Wait 1 second.
And bringing
Agreed,
back
Thomas.
Palpatine was stupid. He was dead.
Right. Now, Thomas also said, I like Trek 2009 for the most part. Professor said 2009 was crap. Thomas said, Lucas hired Kathleen Kennedy and handpicked her as his replacement, which is true. And if you look at almost every episode of the
can't,
original series Roddenberry wrote, they were horrible episodes. Well, I don't think they were
We
horrible,
can't
Thomas.
see
I just
the
think that they
chat.
weren't
You know what?
assisted
I
by great
agree.
people.
I
And
agree,
Beyond was the
but
closest to TOS of the three, yes. And Knives Out was a good movie. Yes, it is. It's a great movie.
Mm.
So Ryan might know mystery and suspense and drama. He just doesn't know sci-fi. So
No.
maybe we've solved that problem. Poor Ryan
You
Johnson.
need
Anyway,
somebody that knows the content.
well, somebody that understands science fiction as in general as a
And
concept.
Kathleen
Jay.
Kennedy does not know Star Wars.
Yeah.
Now I give the credit for the Obi-Wan series. I didn't see all of the Obi-Wan series, but I saw the last fight with Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, and that was a good fight. I loved that.
yeah, but it's so predictable because you know he's going to lose.
Well, yeah, it's based on just before the first Star Wars. So
Yeah.
they were closing out the prequel into the original.
My question is, gentlemen, is why would they need to close up anything leading up to, well, especially leading up to Star Wars 1? You know, with the
Because
Phantom
everybody
Menace.
wanted to know. Everybody wanted to know how he became Darth Vader, what happened, and that's why he did the prequels. And I
Yeah,
love the
which I
prequels.
get. I enjoy the prequels too for a lot of other reasons.
And I don't
I'm
know
sure,
why people hated Jar Jar. I love Jar Jar. Oh God, I love Jar Jar.
Well, that's the thing with Ahmed Best. He's the guy who played him, and Malcolm. You either liked Jar Jar Binks or you just couldn't stand him. You thought he was a piece of
Almost
shit.
everybody hated Jar Jar. I don't know why. And now
even the actor,
people-
even the
people
actor,
are-
he was so
Go
close
ahead.
to committing suicide. The actor almost committed suicide because he was really badgered about the character.
I don't know anything about that.
And, that's what That's what Steampunk talked to me about this. The actor almost committed suicide because everyone.
Because of the way they were treated Jar Jar. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware of that.
Then the actor had mental issues because you shouldn't as an actor you should not take your criticisms with a grain of salt because not everybody's going to like a character, and it may turn around and a lot of people like it, but not everybody's going to like everything. You should take everything with a grain of salt. If they hate your acting, fine. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, it's just a job, right?
Yeah,
Ultimately, when
right.
you come down to it, whoever does the job, that it's just a job. They're just like us. They're trying to survive. I get it.
Yeah.
I totally understand. I do. Thomas Potts says Disney haters keep blaming Disney for Kennedy, but she was working for Lucas many years before Disney bought it.
No.
Yes.
No.
Well, Kathleen
She did not.
was going to be the writer. She was going to be.
Yes, she was in working behind the scenes in the original Indiana Jones. She has worked for Disney a long time, yes, but with this woke agenda that they are pushing. She is the best person for the woke agenda. I agree with that. But people are so freaking tired about the woke agenda. Get it out. When you see that something is not working, change.
Right. You're right about that, Jay. I
And-
bet
and
you
you
agree
are
on that too,
losing-
Daniel. No, I bet
you
you
are
agree on that
losing
too.
Billions
So are
and
they're doing
billions
this?
of dollars.
They're doing this on purpose?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Because of the ESG ratings. You have to follow the ESG ratings or you will not get backing. All the companies are going through this, following this ESG rating that the elites of the world has proposed to the world. Follow our agenda or you get hurt.
What, like the Illuminati?
Well,
It's
yeah, we
called
could say that.
It's called environmental socialism and something great. It's another one. G. I can't remember what the G is, but you have to in all your entertainment you have to promote environmental and social issues
And governmental.
and governmental issues. Thank you.
Yes, that's
And
what it is.
or they will make sure that you are hit financially. That's the reason why they're doing it. And that's why they will continue to do it until they stop doing it.
How long have they been
That's
doing
the
it for? Since when?
For the past 5, 10 something years since this woke generation started.
Oh.
I think it's been since 10 years. I would
10
safely say 10
10 or
years,
so
Jay.
years. Yeah,
Yeah,
10 or
at least
something
10.
years. Yeah.
Yes.
But you can see it in entertainment how it started, and they just will not stop until they lose their shirts. Because look at the movies; they're tanking. Disney is hurting, and they will continue to hurt until they stop or they are bankrupt.
Or until they wake up and start making better crap than.
The only way they will wake
better
up
stuff
is
than the
when the
crap
is when
they're
the
spewing
stockholders
out.
it won't stop until the stockholders force Iger out
Yeah.
and Kennedy out. That's the only way they'll stop it,
I agree.
is the stockholders. The stockholders are hurting bad. And they just gave Iger up on his contract until 2030. Oh, hell. Disney is going to bankrupt.
Yeah. And Thomas says it was the best non-Baby Yoda series. You're kidding. I may not have cable or any access to a television here where I am, but I do like The Mandalorian with the Baby Yoda. I don't know
Now-
about you, but I kind of like for what I see on
Right.
YouTube, when they do it in little bits there. Forget Not Idly. Thomas said.
Daniel,
Resolute
Daniel,
Service here. Hi, guys.
I will tell you exactly when I've figured out the woke agenda. Captain Marvel movie, the first one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
She was hating on that on Samuel L. Jackson.
Hmm.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's
Brie
when
Larson.
it really started. Really good.
I think that's when the shit really hit the fan, is when Brie Larson, when we saw
Yes.
Captain Marvel and Brie Larson as Captain Marvel, that's when the shit hit the fan.
And that's exactly who she is in real life. She hates men.
Oh, yes.
She hates white men.
Oh, God, no. She
Wait,
hates
so-
all men.
So if
She hates all men,
men,
Jay.
if she hates men, that means she's not married, huh?
No.
She just doesn't care for men, period. Now, this thing of The View and everybody and this woke agenda, they will not be happy until all white men are dead.
What? Like seriously?
Let's see. Disney will not wake up. Apple will buy them outright around $75 a share. I don't think Apple's got enough money to buy Disney because Disney, with all its properties, is over at least $300 to $400 million.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what
$1 billion.
And
You know
by
what?
the way,
Nobody's got enough money to buy Disney. Nobody.
yeah, and by the way, Daniel and Jay, by all means, you're more than welcome to read the chats as I post them up here. I
Yeah.
don't mind. I mean, I read them, but
Kathleen
sometimes you
Kennedy
guys
is
also read them.
getting fired for the 900th. No,
Time. For the
She's
900th
not.
time is what he says.
no, she's not. That she's got a contract. There are no white congresswomen who are married to white men while saying white men are dangerous. Yeah, there are. There's some. Look at
Yeah, there are some.
what's her name? What's her name from California? What is her name?
Diane Feinstein? Feinstein?
No. The other one. The old woman. She used to be
London
House
Breed?
Speaker. Pelosi. She's married to a white man, and she talks about old white men that need to die. The only reason Apple hasn't bought them already is the fear of Hulu debt being an open issue. They've got to find some money to buy Hulu because the contract says they have to buy Hulu. If Comcast wants to sell Hulu to Disney, so they have to buy them because they want to be sold out. So they got to find the money to buy it.
Yeah.
Disney is in up creek.
Yes. So we beat autocorrect.
I blame Matthew.
Thomas is very active today. He says, "I blame Matthew."
Apple
Apple's
is worth
worth
$3
$3
trillion. No, they're not. They're not. No one is worth trillions of dollars. Always blame Matthew. Professor
That's what the
says.
professor said. Yep,
No,
Math is the
Apple does not have enough money to buy anything right now.
Wait a second.
Apple's big,
ahead,
but
Daniel.
they just cannot buy Disney. Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Dan.
heard that Apple may buy Sony soon.
Sony is not hurting. They're not looking to buy anything. Sell. They're doing good with Spider-Man movies and some other movies, so they're not hurting. So they're not looking to sell right now. I have not heard anything
Jay,
in the Wall
the
Street.
good thing?
Yeah. Also,
What?
Jay, don't forget that after Daniel Craig finished his James Bond, Sony sold off the James Bond franchise. So they're no longer Sony no longer
MGM
controls it.
MGM has been sold to Amazon. They own Stargate and James Bond and a lot of other things.
Do you like that arrangement?
I'm okay with anybody who will give us good Stargate and James Bond. Because
I'm
we
good with
haven't
that
had a
too,
good
yes.
James Bond since Pierce Brosnan left. I do not like Daniel Craig. The reason why I don't like Daniel, it isn't that I don't like the actor. He's a good actor. I've seen him in other things. I like his acting. But the writing for this new James Bond, in the first movie, I remember specifically they were saying that the other James Bond died and he was taking over the mantle of James Bond 007. And M was telling him that he's a rogue person, but she's going to be keeping an eye on him. And I just didn't like that they had killed the original James Bond and he was replacing. What they should have done was Daniel Craig is the new James Bond and continue acting like the original James Bond. James Bond never dies.
Wait a second. They were going to say Pierce Brosnan died and Daniel Craig took over?
Well, I think what happened.
The character James Bond died. the agent that did James Bond, he was killed in action, and this person was replacing James Bond. Okay, they're saying that the original James Bond of 20-something years died. They hired another agent and gave him the
Okay.
007 moniker. What they should have done was said,
I
our James Bond died. We're retiring the 007. You're a new a double agent, double not agent. Say 009 or something.
okay. Let me understand this. So after Die Another Day, right? That's
Hmm.
Pierce Brosnan's last film.
Uh-huh.
If I'm hearing you correct, Jay, what you're saying is that
James
his
Bond died.
personage or his personage of him died
Well,
after Die Another Day, and then they
well,
decided to find a replacement in Daniel Craig and
okay.
had him do it.
Okay, they're not saying who was James Bond. They're just saying the spy who was James Bond was killed in action. So
Was killed in action. Okay.
this person was taking over the 007 moniker, and he
Mantle.
was a
Right.
totally different kind of James Bond. I didn't like that. What they should have done was say 007 has died. We are resigning the 007 moniker. You will
Was
be our
this
new
according to the
00.
books?
No,
Yeah.
no. They wrote books for Daniel Craig, I think. I'm not sure, but they did write scripts for him. But I just didn't like that they were saying that James Bond 007 was dead and they were replacing him. James
Right.
Bond is an iconic character who never dies. He's like Batman. He always gets out of danger.
Yes. Okay. Now
He
Thomas
always
is
has a
saying,
gadget to get out.
yeah.
Apple is indeed worth $3.09 trillion. I have not heard that. I will have to look that up on Wall Street. I do not believe that no company is worth trillions of dollars yet. They're close to it, like Disney, but not. You can
Yeah.
look at their Wall Street earnings reports and everything, and right now they're hurting for money.
Yeah.
Just look it up. Apple $3 trillion in market capitalization. Disney is only $162 billion. Like I said, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah. Now Germ says you are correct. Professor also said that Thomas was correct. Now Resolute says the movies don't really explain if the name goes
If
with 007 title.
if Apple is worth $3 trillion and they bought Disney, they would be hurting in debt.
Yes. He says maybe James Bond is from the Gallifreyan planet and
Not
Dr. Who.
everything is from Doctor Who. Not everything is from Doctor Who. Stop it.
It's 007's a Time Lord. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
he's a Time Lord. That would make
No, it
sense.
doesn't.
Some of these-
That's how he goes from Sean Connery to Roger Moore to Timothy Dalton to Pierce Brosnan.
No, Germ.
yeah.
Actually, Germ. Every actor who has played 007 has played the same 007. From Sean Connery all the way to Pierce Brosnan was the same 007 because they have met characters in the movies that talk about the past James Bond, and he is that past James Bond. Because remember, he was married once, okay? In License to Kill, they were talking to the actor who was playing James Bond at that time. They mentioned to another character he was married before. That's
Timothy
the same James Bond. Yeah, Timothy Dalton's James Bond got married at the same time as George, what's his name, did.
Lazenby, right.
Yeah, George Lazenby. They brought that to
Now,
this
you can
movie.
go back, like I said, you can go back as far as right now. You can go back as far as when Bond was first, Barry Nilsson when he
Well, they
played him in the
did
climax thing in 1958.
because
That's what I'm saying.
Pierce Brosnan
You can
met
go all
a
the way back to
character who
that.
was talking about a past mission, which the mission was Dr. No. They were talking about Dr. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan is that James Bond. So see, all of the James Bond actors from George Lazenby, Sean Connery, all the way to Pierce Brosnan has been the same James Bond. They could have killed him and said, "You are our new
So what you're saying
00
is,
Yeah, they could have
008
kept-
or 009."
They could have kept the continuity, but they decided to reboot it. But they could have kept it with some clever writing.
No, what they could have done
Yeah.
was just said, this is James Bond.
Yeah,
The same
yeah.
James Bond, just another actor. He's playing the same James Bond.
Yeah, but then how do you explain it? How do you explain it that he's young? He's
Like
30
they
and
have,
60?
like they have with every actor. I just explained it to you. From Sean Connery all the way to Pierce Brosnan has been the same James Bond.
Yeah,
He
but
never
doesn't
died.
the same.
He doesn't age. He doesn't age. How do you go from the
He
60s
never-
all the way?
He never ages. James Bond is ageless, just like Batman is ageless.
I know, but you got to make it make sense. You got to make it make sense.
It
Either
is
say-
sense.
No, you got to either say maybe James Bond takes gene therapy and it slows
What
down.
they probably
his age.
did, Dad, was they made him immortal.
No,
Well, they
what
could,
it is-
they could have made him immortal.
what it is,
you know.
they just say that what happened in Dr. No only happened like 5 years ago or something like that. It's easy to write it, to make him immortal. A mission that happened like 30, 40 years ago actually happened in continuity maybe 12 years ago. James
Yeah.
Bond should never age. He should never die.
Yeah, and then, but that's why you can tell that Daniel Craig's Bond was a total reboot. Yes, you can actually tell that because there was a 4-year gap.
Thomas Potts, that is not net worth. That is what all of their property and everything costs. But if you look at their recent,
And here's another one for you, Jay. Apple's worth $3 trillion, is what they're saying.
I'll have to look it up.
And Thomas.
I'll
Yeah,
have to
okay.
look it up.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
Because if they were worth $3 trillion, Apple could buy out a lot of companies. But they don't, because they also know that if you keep buying up stuff, you're going to be in a lot of debt. And where are you going to pay for all this stuff that you now own? You got taxes and shit and everything. Forgive me, didn't mean to swear. And you got to be literal in your thinking. And Apple right now is a good company with some good people until they change their thinking and get people that will destroy it, like Disney. And right now, Apple doesn't want Disney. They don't, because they have a good company putting out good material with their Apple TV. Watch GoldenEye. There are other 000s both featured and mentioned, not 007, but 008 and 009. No, they actually, James Bond has been 007. He's never been 008 or 009. But yes, there are other 00s, 008, 009. The guy that was in I think the first Pierce Brosnan movie was 008 or 009. You're right. That's what I was talking
But don't
about.
forget, that there was. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
Other 00s have talked to 007 and talked
in
about their
GoldenEye,
past adventures and
Yeah,
right. Well, in
Octopussy,
GoldenEye,
009 was killed.
Yeah, he was
yes,
killed.
007 had a 00 there. And they were talking about their past
And-
stuff. You're right, Daniel.
And don't forget that in GoldenEye, 006 is played by Sean Bean, and he's supposed to be the villain,
Right.
and he's supposed to be better than 007 was.
Yeah.
And to be
He
fair,
was.
yes, and to be fair, don't forget, in Skyfall, you had Silva, played by the great Javier Bardem, by the way, who was M's Hong Kong chief and better 00 agent than 007 was. So you had that too. So, there's been a lot of
That's
other
okay
00s that
if
have been mentioned
somebody's
before.
better than him, but I just think that 007 should be the same 007 forever and never killed, never aged.
I
It's always
agree.
been that
No,
way.
I agree,
and
but
want
he's
it
dead
to
now.
stay that way.
It doesn't make any sense. Like in Doctor No, you can clearly tell it's the 60s, and in the final movie, you can tell it's the early 2000s. How do you explain that?
Yeah.
Like I said, they can say that a certain mission that actually in real life happened 40 years ago could be like 12 years ago.
I know that,
You
but
see?
how do you explain them going from the 60s, everything looking like it looked like in the 60s, all the way to the way it looked like in the 90s and the early 2000s?
Because technology can leap within a couple of years like it has. So that's easy to explain.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They
You
could
can
say that
change
what
a lot
happened
of
in the
background there,
60s
Daniel.
back in the 60s, they could say that actually happened in like 1980 or
Yeah,
99.
Thomas is quoting business here, saying they can't buy everything.
Buy
That's called
everything. That's a
Yes, I
monopoly.
agree.
That's
And
true.
hello,
And
Pleasant
the-
Valley Picker, our buddy from Canada. Hi, buddy. Hey,
Hi.
guys. And Apple's done a lot of woke programming. Okay, that's
Yes,
what?
they have.
About that. You know
Now,
what? Sorry.
let me
Go
say
ahead.
this.
Go ahead.
The Apple, the reason why they're not going to try to buy Disney is because the FCC and the whatever you call it government thing will not let them, because that will be monopolizing, and they would be too big for any competitors. And I just don't think Apple would be allowed to buy Disney. Now, if it went bankrupt, then yeah, they would have to sell, but they wouldn't sell all of it. The government would make them split off into multiple departments and sell to different companies. They wouldn't let one company come in and buy it completely out. They don't do that. They
Yeah.
would split it because that's what happened to
Okay.
our giant. Howard Brothers went into bankruptcy, and the government split that into 3 companies and sold one of them to Walmart, the other one to Sears, and the other one to J.C. Penney. So
Okay.
they're not going to make anybody a conglomerate. That's monopolizing. They will not do that. Professor says Microsoft is not far behind Apple at $2.5 trillion. Apple
Right.
even added pregnant men emojis. I don't care about that.
Jesus. Disney had made their brand so toxic. Yeah. Go ahead.
Pleasant Valley Picker, California, or CA says Disney have made their brand so toxic that no sane company would want to buy it. That's true. But
That's
the
absolutely
government's
true.
not going to let anyone buy completely Disney because it is just too big.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the government allowed Disney to buy Fox.
And Thomas.
It's never been explained and doesn't
Yeah, I
need
was
to.
surprised about that.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping that okay, like there was a rumor that Apple would buy Sony. If they buy Sony, guess what happens? The rights to Spider-Man revert back to Disney, Marvel Disney.
Yes, that's the reason why Disney wants to buy Sony, but
No,
the
no,
government's
no,
not going
Disney-
to let them do it yet.
Yeah, Disney can't buy Sony. I don't think it ever can buy Sony.
It can if it goes into bankruptcy, then they can split it and they could get their fair share of what they would want.
Oh,
They could
They could.
auction
They could split.
off Spider-Man.
They could
That'd be
split the
great.
cost.
Pleasant Valley
That
Pictures
would be
says
a
killing
bad thing,
007
though.
was a bad idea. No Time to Die was the first Bond film that depressed me. Yeah, it did me too.
Yeah,
wait, why
me
did
too.
James Bond? Why did James Bond just stay there as the bombs hit him? Why didn't he try to run away?
I don't know.
Well,
I didn't
but
see
he-
that. Which movie was that?
The final
The
one.
No Time to Die, the
I
final one.
didn't see.
It was
I
in
refused
for-
to watch any of the Daniel Craig movies after the first one. I did not like it.
Okay,
Resolute
Daniel.
Germ says that would require rebooting with every actor. They are just too many movies at this point. If you don't get the same crap that Marvel Comics has with their timeline.
Yeah, Mikey, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Daniel, to explain to you what happened apparently in the final, because there were some reshoots of No Time to Die. Not only with the pandemic, but everything else that was going into it. The way they explained it was that James Bond had the universal virus on him. He didn't want to spread it to Madeline or to Madeline Swan. So in order for him to let the virus die, he had to die. So he committed a self-sacrifice
James Bond is
with the
never
bomb
to
to
die.
let the bomb destroy him, and in effect destroy the virus.
And now we're going
I
to
know
get a
that.
female Bond. I
But
hate
that was
that.
the plan. No, we're not going to get a female Bond. No.
Oh, yes,
no,
we
no,
are.
No, no, we're
They,
not.
Barbara, they put
Barbara
it in there.
Broccoli. I will cut. I will run, and I will.
They
cut
put
Barbara
it
Broccoli's
in the
throat.
last movie. That's why they. That's why they introduced this woman. M
Yeah,
is
but
going
Lashana
to
Lynch
ask
is
her
not
to
coming
be 007.
Oh God. Lashana Lynch, I hope
Yep.
does not come back as 007. No.
If we have to have a woman Bond, I want Halle Berry. She was great as Jinx.
You'd be one of the very few that liked her as Jinx, because I didn't quite like her as Jinx.
I loved
You're
it.
very few. Yeah. No. I still question why she won an Oscar for Monsters Ball, because I finally saw Monsters Ball, and I was like
a lot of people asked why. What's her name? She played in. She won an Academy Award in My Cousin Vinny. They hated that she won the Academy Award, but I think she deserved it. Now, yes, there were other actresses that deserved better the Academy Award that year, but they chose to vote for her. So why hate her? You voted for her. At least, the majority of you. She won the majority. So let her have her Academy Award. Let her enjoy it. Get somebody else the next year. But Marissa Tomei deserved her win. Thomas Spot says, and Sears is gone, and soon J.C. Penney. I thought J.C. Penney was already gone.
They've been gone for a long time. Yeah.
Germ says Apple actually has a very low market share in entertainment. They would be far from a monopoly. If you bought Disney, you would be. Bond has been shelved for the foreseeable future, so if there is a female Bond, it won't be anytime soon. Well,
thank God.
There's a female Bond in the last. There is a woman that is set up to be the female Bond in the last movie. They showed
that was
it.
supposed to. Well, yeah, that was supposed to be Lashana Lynch, is the actress who was to play the female 007. But remember that she gave back the mantle to the Daniel Craig 007 before he died.
He's dead now. He's dead now, and they can give it to her. And that's what they want.
I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to have a problem.
That's what the producers wanted.
Yes, I know. What I would prefer is they go further in the future Okay. Now I just want to explain mine real quick. What I hope
Go
they
ahead.
do is further in the future, they take his daughter and let his daughter be the new James Bond.
I don't want a woman. It's
I
the woke
understand.
thing. Stop it.
I know, but you could make his daughter James Bond, and then I wouldn't have a problem with that. His daughter, Madeline.
No,
I would not
I
have a
will.
problem with that.
I will
Anybody
not
else?
watch it.
Yes. Okay.
I
Well,
will
then we
not
need
watch
to
it.
get. Well, then what we need to do is get the black actor Idris Elba to be the next one to make it
No,
wholly different.
it has to be a white, Irish, or Scottish, or British person to play James Bond.
Who is your personal choice again? You told me once before. Who is your personal choice?
If he was young, Hugh
Yeah.
Jackman. I would like to see David Tennant to play James Bond.
Okay. How about you, Daniel? Who would you say again was your best choice right now for James Bond? Daniel?
Sorry, Henry Cavill would have made a really, really good James Bond.
Yes, he's British. He's
Yeah, I
British.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes, he could do it. I also like
Bond.
the guy.
James
Yeah,
Bond.
I also like the guy that plays Loki. Hiddleston.
Yeah, Tom Hiddleston.
He could definitely play Bond. I wouldn't have a problem
Yeah.
at all with him playing Bond. In fact, I'd
He needs
encourage
to
it.
bring up his
Big
A
time.
game like David Tennant needs to, but yeah, Henry Cavill would be great.
Well, Cavill
Yeah.
or like I said, Hiddleston or Tennant, either one of them would absolutely be great to play them. I
You know,
agree.
Tell you
Sean
the truth.
Bean- if Sean Bean was a little bit younger, he would have been a great James. He was supposed to be James Bond in GoldenEye, but then they went with Pierce Brosnan.
No, they actually wanted Pierce Brosnan. Remember, I don't know if you remember this, Daniel, but in the 80s, they wanted Pierce Brosnan to take over for Roger Moore. But he was
Yeah.
contracted with Remington Steele, and NBC wouldn't let him out to play the movie.
Right.
Eh,
Now,
They
Thomas
could have done it
Potts is-
in his hiatus. They could have done
Yeah,
it
now
in
Thomas
his
Potts is-
hiatus.
Sure.
What?
Yeah, Thomas Potts is kind of that's crazy because he says there's still JCPenney. We have it at our mall. Well, I know for a fact it doesn't exist, Thomas.
Doesn't matter what
We-
these producer wanted.
You know,
It's
when I
all
lived in
on
Arizona,
Amazon
they
now.
got rid of every one of their JCPenney's. Yeah, that's what he said.
They
And then,
they just
okay,
closed the last
what does he say there?
Kmart up north.
Really?
Thomas
Oh,
Potts
wow.
says, in the next movie, the villain plans to seduce Bond using a bunch of women, only to find out 007 is a woman. Oh God, no!
No.
Oh no! No!
No. Oh yeah, Shatner for Bond. Oh please.
Oh God, no!
Thomas, are you smoking again? Let me know
Bond.
if you're
I can
smoking
just
again.
see Shatner going it. He's gonna go it like this.
Oh my
Bond.
God.
James.
Yeah.
Bond.
Okay. Now they're saying with Tennant, it said he would need to gain 100 pounds and be 20 years younger. Well, that's not going to happen with David Tennant. He's not going to do that. Come on.
Now that Daniel said Henry Cavill, it clicked in my head that I just recently found out that Henry Cavill is British. He would make a great James Bond.
Yeah.
He's the one we need.
Yes, he would. And
He's
in the
black
front
hair,
running.
not blonde hair, and he's British.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. And he did it. You know what? Despite what some people think, he did a pretty good job in the last Mission Impossible he did with Cruise. Because I'd see
But
that was
with
the very
the
last
woke
one I actually
agenda-
saw. So
Right.
Yeah.
But with this woke agenda, the next Bond is going to be a woman, I guarantee you.
oh my God. PvP says
LOL,
lesbian
lesbian
Bond.
Bond.
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
Oh no, that would. Oh, hey, PvP. We wouldn't mind having you come up. So here, I'm going to copy and put another copy of the StreamYard. Come on in if you'd like. Love to hear from you for the next few minutes here before we
Yeah,
Sign
come
out.
on, PvP.
just to give us your opinion on this thing. Yeah, come on, PvP. We'd love to have you up here. There are J.C. Penney's and Kmart still out there, but they're not part of the franchise. They went belly up.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
I
true, Jer, but
really-
that's right. You
yeah.
have to hurry and
It
get
says you have to
Shatner now.
hurry
You
and
don't
get
know
Shatner
how
now.
you don't know
Oh,
how
come
much
on.
longer he will be with it. That's true.
Captain
That's
Kirk
true.
as
He's
James
90.
Bond. That's very true, but come on. Really?
He's 92
Uh,
years old. I wish
I
they
know.
would get Shatner to play Kirk one more time. I would love it. I would love it. I don't
Well,
care if
you
he's
know what?
fat
I
or
don't know.
what.
I heard that Shatner may have
Go
a
ahead,
role.
Dan.
Shatner may have a role in Strange New Worlds next year, but I
I
doubt
would
it.
love to see that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Thomas Potts says, "Fine, use the action hero Patrick Stewart as Bond." Yes, Patrick Stewart in the '80s could have played James Bond. I agree,
Oh my God.
but
Oh,
not
PvP
now. He's
agrees
older
with
than
us.
crap.
Well, PvP grabs. Chewie says
I don't
Captain
think
would be
a
good.
bald James Bond would work.
Huh?
There's the StreamYard present.
Well,
PvP.
Patrick Stewart's bald. I don't think a bald James Bond would work.
Well, they could have plastered a wig on him. They had him come audition as Patrick Stewart in a wig.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
No, baby.
Sure, give me a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's PvP. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I think that we're all agreed that we do have really good choices. Like I said, for me personally, I think Tom Hiddleston as Loki could play the next Bond. I agree with Jay also. I think that Tennant or even Cavill, like Daniel said,
I go
they
with
could
Henry
both pull it
Cavill
off.
now.
Yeah, Henry
Forget
Cavill.
about
Okay.
David Tennant. I go with Henry Cavill.
Can we throw a third person in there?
Yeah.
Possibly Benedict Cumberbatch could play him. He could
Oh
play
yeah,
a Bond.
Benedict
Yeah.
Cumberbatch would make a great
Yeah.
James Bond.
He played
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes well. I
Yeah,
think he did a
he
great
did.
Sherlock Holmes.
And he
And I
did
He
a
think
could
great
does
play
it.
Doctor
James
Strange.
Bond.
And he does a great Doctor Strange. So I think yes.
I'll give you
Cumberbatch-
someone else. I'll give you
Yeah.
someone else.
Yeah.
He needs to be a little muscular, and he needs to dye his hair black, and
Yeah.
that is Tom Hardy.
Oh yeah, Tom Hardy.
Oh, Tom Hardy. Yes. Yeah, he did it. He does a great Venom. I have to say that.
Yeah, I like
He really
his
does
Venom.
great Venom.
I liked his.
Yeah.
I like Eddie Brock better than Shinzon of Remus.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yes.
like Shinzon. I don't hate Nemesis. The only thing I didn't like about Nemesis is Data dying. They could have found
yeah.
another way to blow up that thing.
Yeah. Well, you know what? They could
The
have
way
thrown B4 in there.
ran
They
into
could have just
Picard makes
modified
him the
B4 a little bit.
bomb.
Yeah, they could have modified B4 a little bit, thrown him in there instead of the original Data. Jesus.
Oh, God. B4.
Yeah, well, that's why I said they could have upgraded him a little
Yeah.
bit, thrown him in place of
Right.
Data, and have him blow up the ship, or rig the explosives to him or something. They could have done it that way. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way Stewart ran and Picard makes him the perfect Bond. I don't know about that, Tom.
Or Data's programming takes over B4. That's what should have happened in Picard. Professor Brainy Speck
Yeah.
says, all kidding aside, leave Shatner alone. We don't need him on Star Trek or anything else. No, I disagree. I agree. I accept your opinion. But me, personally, I would love to see Shatner one more time. He's got enough for one more movie, even if it's a narration. Him coming
Or a cameo.
on board
Or a cameo.
in the
or a cameo.
23rd. Well, that's what I'm saying. Do a
Yeah.
narration of Captain Kirk before he died in Generations, and him talking about a past adventure on the Enterprise for the new Star Trek 4.
Yeah.
I would love to see
And here's
that.
our third and final co-host for the evening, Mr. Pleasant
Applause.
Valley Picker.
Hey guys.
National Applause for Roberta
Hello.
Gray.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, nice to be here. I had to work a little later today, so
Oh, that's
Uh,
all right, man.
yeah, just got
You
home
have
about
the
half
vote.
an hour ago.
Resolute says Kapla Bird. Thomas says, or younger Bond who can do it for many years. Yes, I agree. Hillbird Thomas says,
I still say Bond never ages.
or have Bird of Bond 5. Yeah, there were. He never ages. That's true. You need a Bond in his early 30s, even late 20s. That's totally true, Germ. Let the man enjoy his retirement. Yes, I agree. But you could have him in a
Yeah.
cameo. You could still Shatner have a
If I was
cameo.
younger, I'd do
You know,
James
sad thing
Bond.
is he doesn't do cameos. But the thing is, he's a legend. He's a legend, and we need the legend back one more time.
Yes,
Hey,
we
how-
That's
do.
what I'm saying.
Maybe Shatner could play a Bond villain. That might be kind of fun.
Yeah, Thomas says, no, Jeff. Shatner needs to be forced to do 10 seasons of a new show. Yeah, right. Okay.
I think,
No, that's not going to happen.
yeah, he's getting a
And
little
then
too
he
old.
says, let Shatner be. The next time his name needs to be in the public is when he hits triple digits. Yes, that's true. When he's
Well, yeah.
100.
He's like, what, 95?
What they need to do
He's 95,
is
right?
use
Yeah, he's
Marshall. They need to use Marshall Roddenberry, Marshall Barrett Roddenberry's voice, because before she died, she recorded a full dictionary encyclopedia of words, and they can download her voice for the Star Trek computer in every scene. Use her.
There,
from now on.
PvP. Now you're official. You're on topic time. Co-host number 3.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And you
There
have
you go.
the floor, my friend. PvP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Talk about what you want
Oh
to
gosh,
talk
I don't know what to talk about.
Yes, PvP, talk about what you want to discuss. Yeah, anything you want to discuss.
about. Anything.
I gotta say, geez, nothing's coming to mind. Like, maybe give me a minute. Oh, geez, I'm trying to
Did
think
you
what's
see-
going on.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
No, I have
Did
not
you see
seen it yet.
Oppenheimer yet? Okay.
No, I keep hearing good things about it, but
It was
It's
a
like-
good movie. I give it 5 stars. 10
it was really
stars.
that good, was it? Wow.
Well, I know that some people there was a critic who gave it 9.5 out of 10. And I was trying to figure out who that was that gave that kind of score. Now, when my wife and I saw it, I had a little bit different take on it. I think that there was individual performances by both Matt Damon and Robert Downey Jr. that stood out. And I agree that the special effects and Christopher Nolan is not a big CGI guy, even though he claims that sometimes he's forced to use it. But I agree that the representation of the atomic bomb blast that they
was
did at
not
the Trinity
like-
base there in Los Alamos, which, by the way, they did film part of it in New Mexico there, which I thought was great.
Cool.
Yeah, but I liked it. I liked it for the fact it was done that way. But I only gave it 3 out of 5. My wife gave it 2.5 out of 5 for
Ouch.
different reasons.
How did- now,
Yeah, so
Now, Mikey, that was true of what it was said in the movie when President Truman asked Oppenheimer, "What should we do with Los Alamos then?" And he said, "Give it back to the Indians." He actually said that to Truman.
yes, I do remember that too. That he wanted to give it back to the people that were in charge of the land. Yes, I do remember that part. Now, I do remember
Give it
most
back
of my
to the
history, but like I said, I felt like I was in a lecture hall at Arizona State University. Those things are huge, and I felt like it was a professor of history teaching me something about Oppenheimer for 3.5 hours, which I didn't need to be there for because I understood all the background information. So
Well, I gotta.
I just felt like it was numbing to me. It just felt numbing. That's what I felt.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
kind of wondered
ahead,
about
go
that
ahead,
myself. Well, for one thing, it's the length that does really put me off actually wanting to sit in a theater for like three hours or whatever. Because sitting through the last Indiana Jones for like 2 hours and 45 minutes or whatever was a bit of an endurance test, I got to admit, right? So yeah, I'm not a fan of well, especially something like
you-
Oppenheimer, right? Because I mean, it's like you're basically doing a biopic, I suppose you'd call it. And
Right. That's
I
what
don't
it
know
is.
if he's the most exciting character I ever heard about,
Mm.
to be honest, like, I'd
Give me-
probably give it a chance, but I think
Give
I might
me
be like
5
Mikey. I might
hours.
kind of feel mediocre.
Give me 5
I agree
hours
with
of somebody
I
talking
agree with Resolute Term.
science. Give me 5 hours of somebody talking science, and I'll listen to it. I love science.
Well, you have a better attention span than I do, Jay, because like Resolute says here, 3 hours plus Chris Nolan is no chance in hell he's watching. So, well, we know your stand then, Resolute. That's where you stand. I had to endure it, so whatever.
I hope it
I
does
thought it was
good in the
okay.
theater.
I
I
think
Yeah.
haven't
I just
seen the box office yet, so I don't know how it's doing.
I think
Yeah,
I'll
we
just
haven't
wait
seen the
and
one. Yeah,
I'll just wait and watch it online or something. Instead of going to the theater, because at least online you can
PvP?
pause it if you need to.
yeah.
Yes.
PvP, you can. That's how I did it.
Ah. Yeah, well, I know there are ways to
But
find these
don't
things.
say how. Why don't we get straight
Uh-huh.
from
Oh,
no,
I'm
no,
not.
no,
YouTube saying,
I'm not
"Woo!"
going to jail.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's just the idea of sitting in the theater
yourselves,
for a long
gentlemen.
time. I wish they'd make more short
Well,
films
just
like
tell
we
them that
used to.
you're thinking of going to a theater to see it, but yeah, I was going to say to you guys, yeah, think about that. You might go see it in a theater, but you're not quite sure yet. And if say that much, they'll say, "Oh, okay." Well, they're not sure yet if they will go see it or not. So
I'll only go see a movie at a theater if it's like an hour and a half. I hate going to a theater sitting 2.5, 3 hours. No, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like when they used to make pictures like Lawrence of Arabia, or Ben-Hur or something, then I wouldn't mind sitting through a long movie, right? Because those are really
Yeah.
great, films, and they
Yeah.
needed to be seen in a theater on a huge screen, right?
yeah,
But
Or the
they're
Ten
not making any
Commandments.
movies like that now.
Because they don't have good writing. Now, this was
Yeah.
a good writer
Well-
who wrote Oppenheimer.
yeah. Well, they did have good writers that wrote Oppenheimer. Yeah, so I agree with that. What I'm questioning to Resolute German about this is he says that Barbie is doing well. Well, my problem with Barbie is simple. Barbie and Ken want to get together, but they don't have the correct body parts to pull it off. That's what the Ken and Barbie dolls are all about. I mean, you're
The
not
reason
meant.
why-
Yeah,
The
go ahead.
reason why Barbie is doing so good is the fans. The people that grew up owning Barbie toys are going with their daughters and granddaughters watching it. That's why
Yeah.
it's doing good. The fans.
Well, let's face it, you got decades and decades and decades of
Daniel, I think.
a
Yeah, and I
ravenous
think
fan
Daniel
base
said.
there, right? So yeah, there's a lot of Barbie
Exactly.
Yeah,
fans
and
out
I
there,
think
I guess.
Daniel was right when he said that Super Mario Brothers, when Super Mario Brothers came out, they were doing well because of the
Yes.
fans, right, Daniel?
The
Yeah.
animated
Yeah.
one. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of girls went to see Barbie. I guarantee you, if it was an action movie, there wouldn't be that many girls watching that movie. I guarantee you.
No.
Because you know what? This is one of the things I try to talk to
Yes, you're right.
to
You're
Salty
exactly right.
Trekker. I'm like, yeah, like it's so sad that it's only men who are into action movies, not very many girls. Only like maybe 10% of girls are into action movies.
There are
maybe.
some girls that like action movies. I'll agree with Salty on that. That there are some, but not a lot of girls like action movies.
Well,
I mean,
Jay's.
I'll tell you something. Salty likes to rub it in. He likes to rub it in. Like I've been suffering for over.
That's why.
10 years.
That's why it's called Salty.
Yeah, I've been suffering for over 10 years because I met this really awesome girl who was into everything I was into. She was into Grand Theft Auto and Star Wars and action movies.
Yeah.
She liked to go to Comic-Con. She liked to read comic books. And Salty likes to say, oh, well, girls like that are not the norm and blah, blah, blah. And
That's true.
men dream about going into a battlefield and fighting bad guys. Women do not. Men want to play video games and watch action movies. Women do not. And I'm just like, oh my God, do you have to rub salt in my wound?
Yeah,
Are you with this girl still or what?
No, she got married in 2012, and that's
you need to
that's when
let
my
it go.
depression started.
You need to let
I'm
it
still
go.
suffering, man.
because-
I'm still suffering. I'm still suffering.
I understand,
Well,
my friend.
you need to let it
Brother,
go.
sorry, my
That's
brother.
how you move. You have to move on. It takes a while, but
Yeah.
I understand what you're going through. My girlfriend that died in 2012. I still miss her, but I moved on.
Yeah, it's not
You have
healthy
to move
to
on. You have to move
you know
on. You
to
cannot keep lingering.
yeah, it's not healthy to continue excuse
No,
me, to continue
no,
mourning, year after year, right?
that's right.
That doesn't do any good, right? So
And
I
we're
mean,
saying that
we've
for
all
you,
had
Daniel, because
loss,
we love you.
right?
No, we're saying that because we love you, Daniel, and because
Yes,
you're a vital part of our family. You're a vital part,
yes,
and I and I'll even go so
but I
far
do
as to say
agree.
I lost a very
He
good friend
doesn't need to
recently.
rub it in.
Um, she and I we'd known each other for a very long time, but no. But what I'm saying is that uh, this was just she was just a friend, just a very good friend, and I
Yeah.
realized she started to have Alzheimer's, and I lost her to Alzheimer's. Our friendship was gone, and that's the saddest part because I'd known this gal as a friend, uh, you know, even since like way back when I was just a kid, and that's a long, very long time. And now that she's gone, it's
You
like
can
I had to move
still
on. I have to
remember
move on.
her.
There's just no way. Yeah,
You can
it
still
just gets terrible.
remember the good things and stuff about your relationship with her, but since she's moved on, you need to move on because it's unhealthy and
Yeah,
you're
Daniel.
gonna continue to be depressed and everything until you do. It's a natural fact. You have to move on
Yes.
or it's going to kill you.
You know what you can do is for now, your most important asset is Coco. Coco loves you to death unconditionally, and we love you unconditionally, Daniel. So
Yeah.
go with that. Be happy with that. Know that there are people like us, the three of us here, these three gentlemen who give a shit and want to make sure that you have a better life or as good of a life as we all are trying to have ourselves. We all want that.
Hmm.
We want that for you as well, Daniel. You're that important to us.
We don't want
Thank
you
you.
suffering. You have to
I
move on.
appreciate
If
that.
you don't, it's going to kill you.
Absolutely, man. You don't have to suffer anymore. We're all there with you. We're all in this
We'll be there for you
together.
to help you
There's
get
no
through.
individuality in this. Not at all. We're all in this together.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll help you get through it, definitely. And you know what? These every Monday excursions we'll be doing together, the four of us. This will be a lot of fun because we have a lot of
Uh,
topics to cover.
I uh, I have a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Uh, if you can't afford it, there are programs that will help you afford it. That will pay for it for you. You need to get you a psychologist, a therapist, to talk about this, and they will help you move on. It does work. Believe me, it's the only way that I moved on is by going to I went to a psychiatrist, and
Yeah.
he helped me big time
Oh, I
because
went through a therapist
Daniel,
myself for
let
two and
me
a half
let me
years.
tell let me tell Daniel this, Mikey.
Go ahead.
I tried to commit suicide 2 times because of Stacy's death. I couldn't handle it myself. I had a friend that stopped me twice, and she, with my social coordinator in the building that I live in, she helped me and her get me a psychiatrist. And if it wasn't for that psychiatrist, I'd probably be dead. Yes, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists do work. You just have to let go and trust that person that they won't hurt you and they will help you get through it. You find the best one for you and they will help you get through this. You can
Yeah, go,
still live with the memory and still talk about it, but in a good way, but you can
but
move
privately.
on. You
Yeah, but
have to move
privately.
on.
Yeah, and you can go into it with an open mind, Daniel.
Right. Or
You
it's
are
going to
a
kill
highly
you.
intelligent person. And you
It's
and
going
you
to
can
kill you
yes,
if you don't.
yeah,
Well, the thing is too, Daniel's still a young person too, right? So that gives you,
Yeah.
gives
but
you an edge, right? It's harder as you get older. Like,
yes,
at my age,
yes,
it's
Right.
like, geez, you can just feel those minutes ticking away, and you realize that you're like 2/3
Yeah.
of the way through the journey or whatever, right? So it does get a little harder to try and deal with stuff at
Yeah.
times, but that's why I try not to. Basically, I just don't
It,
try and dwell on anything negative. Is what I try not to do.
exactly.
yeah.
You
I'm just
cannot
getting
dwell on the
caught up
bad.
here. No way in hell will I ever watch the Barbie movie. Thomas says, SMH.
Exactly. Do
He says,
not
I've been
dwell
told
on the
Barbie.
past.
Yeah, Jordan
Do
says,
not
I've been told
do
Barbie
not
pulled a Starship Troopers. Maybe interesting. Okay,
do
go ahead.
not
I'm sorry,
dwell
Jay.
on the past.
Yeah,
Dwell on the goodness, not on the bad.
yeah.
You
Dwell on the
cannot.
present. You are alive. You're breathing. You're happy. You have cocoa.
Or you should be happy.
Yeah, you can still be happy. Sure.
Because
Yeah, well,
right now it doesn't
yeah.
sound like you're happy. You need to find happiness in your life.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
cannot dwell on the
Thomas
past.
Potts, I would shoot both. Okay.
Well, the
Yeah,
thing is,
never
it's not
mind.
easy.
Okay.
It's not easy finding happiness in the world we're living in these days, right? I mean, there's so
You
much
Caught up on the
negativity
chat.
everywhere, right? There's so many people
Yes.
that
tomorrow
saying terrible things and trying to stir up controversies and set people against
you
one
don't
another.
need to be on a channel where someone is rubbing it in the wound like Salty does. You need to find channels like us that will help you, that
Yeah.
will give you happiness. What you need to do tomorrow is definitely go to a doctor and tell him about this and tell him, I need help. Will you help me find a psychologist or therapist that will help me? And I guarantee you they will help you. They
Oh
will
yeah, I
help you
talked
find
to my new doctor. I talked to my new doctor about this, and
You
yeah,
need to tell him.
yeah, I
You
told
need to
her
tell him
about
to
this. Yeah,
send you to a therapist. You need
Yeah.
to tell your doctor to send you to a therapist.
yeah, I'm gonna go see someone next Monday.
You have
Awesome.
to not. You have to not change that appointment or say, oh no, I don't want to go. You have to go. You have to make yourself go to this therapist. And I
Yeah,
guarantee
if
you, within the
trust me.
third meeting, you will start feeling better. It doesn't happen immediately. It doesn't. Believe
Thing
me.
is, I've
I
seen
know.
a therapist. I started seeing a therapist in 2020, and it lasted until 2022. And well, yeah, because
It
she had
didn't
to.
help.
She went on maternity. Sorry, I can't talk.
Apparently, it didn't help because
Yeah, it
2
didn't help.
years.
Go ahead.
In 2 years, you should have been healed from it. It was a bad fit. You need to find one that is a good fit with you.
Yeah, I think that's the challenging part is finding the right person, right? Like you
Right.
can,
Yeah,
because we all
PVD
know,
is very right. Yeah.
right? Like I can, it's strange, isn't it? Human relationships. Like I can meet somebody and tell, almost instantly that there's going to be somebody I can get along with well and have a good, enjoyable time, talking
Yep.
to. Some
Yep.
people you just get that vibe. It's just like you click as people, you know. And I think that's, like what you're talking about, Jay, is, finding that right person that you feel a relationship with, like on a basic level, right? You know.
And you're going to find that therapists, any therapist, is not going to do most of the talking. They get you to talk out your feelings. They get you to talk out the problem. You are the one that is fixing the problem, not them. They help you guide to the problem and fix it. They don't do anything except listen to you and guide you. That's what you need.
Yes. Absolutely.
Because no one can fix this but you.
Yes, you have to go. Daniel, you have to go. If for no other reason than for yourself, your own self, uh, health, your mind, body, and soul. Everything has to be about you. Okay, you have to be selfish. You have to go in, tell yourself, look, I'm going to be the best possible Daniel Hot Topics I can be. You go in there and you say, "Look, I need help. Help me be the best person I could possibly be."
I just want to add
And-
something too, if I just may for a second.
That's
I think that
what you
it's like, w-
tell the
being with a therapist for 2
doctor,
years,
and they will help you. They
right?
will. We'll
I
find the
think
right
maybe
person.
I
It took
think you
me a
need
while
to.
too, but I
I just think you need to set a time limit. Like I think waiting 2.5 years before deciding that it's not working maybe it's a little too long, if you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
maybe give it 6 months, 9 months, a year, whatever, right? Whatever limit you think feels right, for yourself.
Right.
But
And
if
we're
the
not
therapist doesn't work,
harping
get
on you.
another
We're
one.
not getting on to you. We're not getting on to you or nothing. We're trying to help you.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
We love you.
We're just
We love
I do. I love you,
basically
brother. You're my brother. I love you,
we're
man.
just
I love all of you guys. Absolutely,
yeah,
and
we're offering
that's genuine. I mean, that's just not me saying that.
yeah,
This is total genuine. Okay.
we're trying to offer you just
Nobody,
helpful advice, basically. I
right.
guess
Nobody needs to dwell on something bad.
life's
If
too
you think
short.
that,
Oh,
if you
way too
think
Life's
short.
too
that,
short.
Yes.
if you think that that harping on it is the only way you can live, that's wrong. You have to
No, it's
move
not.
on.
It's not that. It's just that sometimes, the mind can't let go. As much as I want
Well,
to, it just can't let
a
go.
therapist can recommend and prescribe medication to help you get over the depression.
That's true.
They had to with me.
Yeah. Hey,
I
PvP, you
know.
want to read that for us? PvP, you want to read that
Okay,
for us?
I'll give it a go here. If traditional therapy didn't work for you, you may benefit from more direct method.
Hmm. That's a
A
good
more
point, Resolute. You're
a
right.
more direct method.
A more direct.
Well,
Yes,
it
that's a
seems
good
like
point.
the
Yes,
direct
thank you,
method
PvP.
isn't working for him, and the only way that if direct method doesn't work, it has to be with a therapist plus medication. But the medication, you don't have to be on the medication forever. It's just a temporary thing. And I guarantee you it works. I'm living proof. I am a living, breathing proof that therapy and medication work.
I think we're all
And if
living proof of that, Jay. I
and
think we are all of us.
I also know that if I am ever in that situation again, I know where to go to get help. Because
Hey, Jay, you want to?
get that kind of if you
Oh,
get
I'm sorry.
kind of help and it works, you will go back to it.
Hey, Jay, you want to read that one about Thomas Potts, what he said?
And if your therapist suggests electroshock therapy, then back out of the office. Yes, electroshock therapy is not a good thing. No.
Yeah,
It's never a good thing, Daniel.
I
So know that for sure.
no.
You do not want to do
They
electroshock
don't
therapy.
ever do that hardly anymore, so don't worry.
Well, I
Don't
think
get
it's
scared.
yeah, it's
from it.
probably pretty rare. I don't know if they even do it at all anymore. Like I
No,
don't think they do around these parts,
I
but
don't
They
think
they don't do it
that
around
ever
Canada
anymore.
that I know of. Yeah, they don't do
yeah,
it
I've
around
never.
here. So
They used
yeah.
to
Now
though.
with
They used to. Like
now with
I,
Zoloft and other medications, they don't ever do electric shock
they used to
therapy.
though, because I actually had
Oh yeah,
an aunt that
oh
had
yeah.
it
Yeah.
like
They
back in
did
the
it with my
60s,
mother
right?
before they came out with medication. My mother had electric shock therapy. Yes,
Yeah, and they
yes,
gave her
they
like
did back then.
more than one treatment too, right? And it didn't help
Oh
her
yeah,
because I remember,
no,
years later,
it
when
made
she's
it
an old
worse.
lady, she was still depressed. Her whole life, she was pretty much depressed. This poor woman, right? And yeah, so
Oh,
electroshock
yeah.
My
didn't work for her.
mother, my
Well,
mother, she never wanted to go to a therapist. I could
yeah.
never convince her to go. And
Right.
to tell you the truth, I didn't know anything about therapists. To tell you the truth, I didn't know how to get my mother better from the death of my father. For 18 years, you could tell I lived with her for 18 years. Um, and she just didn't know how to live without my father. See, the thing was, she never lived on her own.
Yeah, that's
She
difficult. Yeah.
left the house. She left the family home and got a job as a telephone operator, and she lived with a roommate. She never lived on her own. And then she got married, and then when my dad died, she just went into a deep, dark depression, and I had to tend to everything. I never knew how to cook, pay bills, or nothing. I had to learn all this on my own. And
Yeah,
for
you had to learn on the
Hey.
fly. Yeah, right.
right,
That must have been a real
and
challenge. Like I imagine that must have been really hard, Jay, going through that for all those years with your mom.
Oh,
Like
I can barely
that
imagine.
sounds
It
really,
just,
that sounds awful, really. To be
yes.
honest.
and
Like,
for a
yeah.
year she didn't talk to me.
Oh,
I had
oh,
to
that's sad.
talk to her to get her mind
Jeez.
straight so she could just drive because I can't drive. And then when she had her real big stroke while she was driving, I
Oh
had to
no.
talk to her
Wow.
to get her to our place where we live and park it. And she was parked like in 3 parking spaces. So I had to get the manager to park our car right.
Wow.
And
Wow.
I had to give our car over to my sister, and she never drove again. And
What?
she just see depression can be crippling. She was so depressed that she got into a wheelchair and never got out. It is
Yeah.
deadly. You
Gosh.
don't need this.
Well, Resolute Germ says, unless electroshock is your thing, I get a good price. Daniel, trust me, electroshock therapy is not effective.
You're
It's
trying to
not.
scare the poor boy. Stop it.
I'm not trying to
He
scare him.
won't go to a therapist now. Don't do that. We're trying to help the boy.
No, I'm not scaring him. No.
And I'm
No,
sorry if I say
yeah,
boy.
we are.
I'm
We're
way
helping
older
him.
than you, and I'm just a boy. But you were
I'm middle aged. You guys are old codgers, and he's the young one. He's the young Pat Noir,
Yeah.
right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's cool. I love that.
how old are you, Mikey?
I turned 58 in September. 58.
Okay, you're 4 years older than me.
Wow. I would have never guessed that, my friend. Brother. Sorry, my brother.
Yeah.
I was
And I'm
born
the
in
old geezer.
69.
Oh, that's
I'm the
right. You're
old
turning
brother.
65, aren't you, BB?
I turned 65 back in May, actually.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
So you're
wow.
65.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm well through the journey. Well, my folks, my family generally lives to around 90. So I'm,
Hey.
Keep my fingers crossed. I got at least another 20 good years left. But
Hey, PvP. Hey, PvP. You like those
Yep.
3-minute songs or like are under 3 minutes? Oh man, look at my life. I am a lot like you
Oh,
were.
yeah, I guess that is
Neil
a fairly
Young.
short song, isn't it, Neil Young? Yeah.
Yes.
Good Canadian boy that went down to the States like so many do to find his fame and fortune. Eh?
And one of my wife's favorite singers, by the way. She loves
Neil
Neil
Young's
Young.
awesome. Yeah, Neil Young's great.
Did you
Oh.
did you like Tony Bennett PvP?
Which one?
Tony Bennett. Did
Tony
you hear when
Bennett.
he
Oh, yeah.
passed away?
Yeah, that was very sad when I heard about that. What was that, like a week ago or something?
Yeah.
Neil?
Yeah,
Oh.
he died at
Pee Wee
the age of
Herman died.
96. Yeah, Pee Wee
Yeah, well,
Herman died last night.
What?
He had
Really?
a private bet. Yeah, Pee Wee
I
Herman.
never
Paul
heard of
Rubin.
that.
Yeah, he died
Wow.
last night. He had a private
I found
6-year
out
thing
Sinead
with
O'Connor
cancer.
died.
Yeah,
Wow.
Sinead O'Connor died too.
Yeah, and she died too. Yeah. Isn't it weird? It seems like these celebrity deaths always come in clusters like that.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
they come
Yeah,
in threes.
threes.
Yeah,
They
threes.
always
Yeah.
come in
Threes.
threes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
I've
now that
noticed
we
that
just
for years.
yeah, and
It's
now
a
that we
true
just found
fact.
out about Pee Wee Herman, we're waiting for the next 2 to drop.
That's
That's the sad part.
that's actually our second one. We're waiting for the third one.
Okay, we're waiting on the third one. You're right.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we lost Randy
Then
Meisner,
we
one of
start
the
all over
original
again.
founders of the Eagles. He died too. Randy
Did he?
Meisner
Oh,
died last
jeez.
week.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did he die?
Wow.
Randy Meisner, he died. When did he die, Dave? 2 days ago?
Did
3
he
days ago?
recently
Yeah,
die?
3 days ago.
Really?
He died over the
Wow.
weekend. Randy Meisner too.
Well, there's your
Yeah.
third one, I
That's our
guess.
third one.
He had cancer as well.
That's our third one.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's
That's our
it.
third one. I didn't know
That's
about
it.
him.
Yeah.
So we're starting all over
Yeah,
again.
Randy Meisner. Yes, we
Wow.
are.
Yeah, we're
That's
losing a
October.
lot. We're losing a lot of the legends over the last
God,
decade.
stop
or
taking
so.
more. Stop taking good people. God, take some bad people now. Let's take out 3 bad
don't
people
do
right
that.
now.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I guarantee you, he'll take someone you
kidding.
love.
I'm
Don't-
kidding,
don't
Lord.
ever do that.
God knows I'm kidding. Yeah, so God knows I'm kidding. It's
Yeah,
I
it's
just-
know
probably-
that. But he
probably
also
not
I'm just
cool
being
has
facetious.
irony. He loves
I'm being
irony.
facetious. That's how I am.
It's probably
I'm the
not
host.
cool to
I'm being
ask,
facetious.
to ask God to be your hitman. It's probably not a cool thing, Mike.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do
Forgive me, Lord, and the pygmies
that.
in New
I read
Guinea.
that one already. Shoot. Okay. You guys read this last one. Okay. Resolute Germ says it's fine.
Oh.
You're all old. Well, how old are
Well,
you,
thanks, Germ.
Resolute? Jesus. You
Thanks,
can't be
Germ.
that old. I mean, or young. Yeah, thanks, Germ. Jeez. What a fine
Well,
guy.
Germ does a lot of those Saturday morning cartoon shows, right? So he must
So
be
he's
like
gotta be
reasonably
old.
old.
I
Yeah,
would
because he's
say.
doing like what 60s cartoons.
Oh,
I
I
think.
love those old cartoons. God, I love
Yeah.
old cartoons.
He just did
Yeah.
Wind Academy. He just did Wind Academy. I think it was last Saturday.
Oh,
I caught
okay.
some of it. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
got through watching a Speed Buggy. Oh, I used to love Speed Buggy. I forgot about Speed Buggy.
Go, go,
And-
go, 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 Speed Racer. I love Speed Racer.
Oh yeah. And then
I
I
was a big-
found. I guess. I bet you you want to guess what I found this morning.
Oh my God,
Uh,
Germ is 38 years old.
Hong Kong
Germ.
Fooey.
Hong Kong
Hong
Fooey.
Kong Fooey.
Better than the average guy.
Oh God, I love that. Scatman
Oh man,
Crothers.
Scatman Crothers. Oh. Beautiful.
Anybody remember the old Yogi Bear cartoons?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hey, boo-boo.
I was a
Let's
big
go
fan.
find
Yeah.
the big man.
Hey guys, get this. Oh, there's an echo somewhere. I can hear my voice. Somebody's got a speaker on. I think it might be Jay.
Let me do my
'Cause
microphone.
it seems
Okay.
every time I talk, your
Sometimes I
avatar is
have to-
moving.
Oh, it does that with you
It's
all the
number
time.
one
I don't.
super guy.
That's weird because I didn't
There you
hear
go.
it until like just like 30
Okay.
seconds ago. Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's better.
that's okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I
Daniel,
have a
you still
bad
with us?
phone as well, so you'll have
I
to
just-
forgive me. I
that's
have
cool.
a bad phone.
Oh, no, that's
so
fine.
there's
Just when
nothing
I
can do.
notice an echo, I always like to let people know, right? Because usually
Yeah.
it's easy enough to fix, right? If you're aware of it. So, but anyway, I
Daniel,
just want to mention
how old
Yogi
are you,
Bear.
sir? Yeah. Oh, I was just asking Daniel how old he is. How old are you, Daniel?
28.
Well, Resolute said he's 38. That's what.
I guess he's 28. What's
Okay.
your age, Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel, you still with us?
I just
Daniel.
want to
Come
tell.
on, buddy.
Maybe he's stepped away for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I just
Yeah,
want to
he's,
mention to Germ that you're only 2 years away from 40, and I got to tell you, man, once you hit 40, those years really start flying by.
You're darn right. Oh my
It's
God.
it's no. When
When
you
I
turn
hit
50, it's all
40, that-
downhill from here. That's what I
Actually,
Son,
I
when
was doing-
hit
I was doing pretty good until my late 50s, and that's when everything started to fall apart.
Not me. When I hit 38, that's when my health problems started going.
Oh,
really?
crap! Oh,
Yeah, that's
no.
pretty young. Gosh.
Yeah, that's very young. Yeah. Oh shit.
And now that I'm 54, my cerebral palsy has gotten worse. They're predicting that I'll be in a wheelchair before I'm 60. I said, you told me that when I was 20.
Yeah, we'll never
Oh.
believe everything the doctors tell you,
Oh, I don't. But now that I'm getting so worse, I'm going like, you may be right.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
hoping.
Gosh.
I'm hoping one day I can go on a cruise. That's my main. That's the last of my bucket list.
I hope you can. I hope you can go on a cruise. I achieved that
I
on my
have,
bucket list already, and I hope you can go, my brother.
I have written about 40
I hope
manuscripts
you can.
that have never been published.
It's worth it. You know what?
I
You should
have-
do the Alaskan cruise. Yeah.
I have been on TV. I've been on radio doing commercials.
Yeah.
I've done everything except record an album and get some of my manuscripts published and go on a cruise.
Well, go on the
Because
cruise
I've
first.
been a missionary.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy
Actually,
yourself
yeah.
on the cruise first. Yeah, do that first.
That's a good idea, Mikey. The Alaskan cruise, because I believe it leaves from Seattle, if I'm not mistaken, and goes right up along the BC coast here, which is a lot of really beautiful scenery. And
Oh,
yeah,
beautiful. And
probably
it goes right to Juneau. And it
I
goes right to
think I would
Juneau.
like
It's beautiful.
yeah.
I think I would like the Alaskan cruise because I hate hot weather because I live in the
Oh,
south.
no. You're going to
And
love the Alaskan
air
cruise,
conditioning.
my
But
brother.
if I
Yeah,
go to
Alaska.
I can bet you 10 to 1 if I go to the Alaskan cruise, I'm going to shock a lot of people because I'm going to be in my shorts in 20 minus degree weather. I'm going to be in my shorts going, oh, thank God, it's cool.
Well, it
Thank
depends what
God
time of
it's
year you take the cruise too, though, because
And,
it actually gets very hot here in the summer.
and I'm going to recommend.
Let me tell you something. I
Okay.
went up and I did some missionary work up in Indiana for 2 months,
Oh,
and
really?
we had a lot of snow one year.
Snow.
That one year,
Ooh.
yeah, snow in Indiana, and
Wow.
it was snowing, and the temperature, I crap you not, the temperature was 9 degrees. Guess what I was wearing?
Shorts.
Shorts. I went outside, got in the car, drove to Walmart
Oh,
in Kokomo, Indiana, and I got in my electric scooter thing, shopping cart, and I'm going down with shorts. And these people in Indiana are all covered up like they're Eskimos, and they're looking at this southerner going, "Oh, he's
Hey.
from the south."
hey Jay.
Oh,
this
hell
woman,
no.
Hey Jay.
this woman actually
Go ahead,
came
David.
up and asked me, "Are you from the south?" I said, "Yes, ma'am."
I was just going to say you sound like a Canadian almost. There, wearing shorts in the winter.
Yeah.
I do see the occasional person doing that. Believe it or not, it's quite amazing, actually.
Well, I wear
Too much of a
shirts.
wimp to. I always got to wear the heavy coat and stuff because I freeze
That's
too easily.
exactly what a southerner would do because they're
No,
tired of the heat.
I'm so used to winter here. It's amazing because because Suzanne is a native Canadian and she's been through the harshest of winters here before I even came up here. And I told you guys I lived in Arizona for over 40 years. You're talking about hell? That's the closest you're going to get to hell. Trust me.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the
pretty hot
hottest
down there in the
state of
summer,
the
I
union.
guess. Eh?
It is
Well, my
nuts. It
friend
is
that I was
nuts.
staying with, the woman I was staying with up in Indiana, she told me, "I hope we don't get our normal winter this year with you up here because almost every year the snow is above our living room door." And I said, "Oh God, I don't want to be snowed in." And she said, "Stay
Wow,
down."
that's crazy.
And when their snow hardly ever stuck to the ground those 2 months I was there, she said,
Oh.
"Please stay here."
Hey,
You're
PvP,
good luck.
Hey,
PvP,
yeah.
go ahead and help us out with the chat. Let's catch up. Go ahead, you read
Okay.
them. Go ahead.
Most of those you mentioned are Hanna-Barbera productions.
Yep.
I hit that wall
And?
at 30. Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
And Bird of Prey. Yes.
Hey, Bird.
Go ahead.
Copla.
Yeah, go ahead, PvP. Keep reading.
Oh, I was good until 30. Then it was a brick wall.
And?
Oh, I hate that. I hate hitting the brick wall.
Yeah.
I
Alaska
hate that
cruise
too.
was booked, but never made
Alright.
it. Oh, that sucks. Jeez. That's really too bad.
Yeah.
30 is the wall,
And
40 is the
resolution.
cliff. Well, I don't
Yeah,
know. Not
don't
for
believe
me.
in that. Come on, Daniel. Don't believe in that.
I felt great at 40, to be honest, guys. Like,
Yeah.
seriously. Not
Oh,
missing
not me.
much on the cruise. The ships were cramped, and there's no real Wi-Fi. Well, yeah, but you don't really go to Alaska for the Wi-Fi, do you? You kind of go for like the scenery and, you know.
The purpose of a cruise, Resolute Germ, by the way, is to have no connection, is to escape the internet.
Yeah, get away from
Completely.
the Wi-Fi for
Get
a
away
week.
from the Wi-Fi a week. Enjoy nature. Go out there. You know
Yeah.
what you can do too on a cruise? You can actually sing karaoke. I got to
Oh, that would be
renew my love of karaoke and it didn't matter what you sounded like. Everybody is participating. Everybody is having fun
I
on
want
the
to
Yeah,
go
cruise.
for
that
the
would
That's
be
what
food.
fun.
it's all about. Yeah,
Yeah, that would be fun.
I want to
it
go
was
for the
fun.
food.
Oh, the
Oh,
food too. Yeah,
the food. Oh my
we
God, it's
probably
so
got
good.
like mega buffet meals and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah,
Uh,
Yeah.
all you can eat.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Daniel needs to go on his own cruise. Daniel, you
I'm
need
gonna
to
be
save up for a
700
cruise and do it.
pounds when I get back, Mikey.
It's
Hey, I'm just
okay.
gonna
We'll
pop.
still
I'm
love
just
you.
gonna. I'm just gonna pop out for a minute or two, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, PvP.
Oh God. We have this, Mikey. We got this casino riverboat called Ameristar Casino, and
Yes.
they make the best daggum barbecue ribs ever. Oh God. Mm.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm sorry, Thomas. Bird hit a brick wall. Somehow I'm not surprised. Oh, come on. Be nice now, Thomas. Be nice. I miss going on cruises. Yes, I do too. But I got to do my one cruise, and even if I don't do another cruise again, I'm going to enjoy it. The scenery is overrated. The entertainment is like a retirement home. It's not really a retirement home.
No, it's not.
Resolution?
Uh,
No.
go to Tammy Dunn YouTube channel. She
Note to self.
she is putting out her cruise videos today, and I just saw her second day on the cruise. God dog, I want to go on that. I think it's called Wonder of the Sea cruise line. I want to go to that one.
Yeah.
Dear God,
I
that
want
was
to
a good
take.
cruise she's on.
Yeah, I one of my future hopes is I want to take Suzanne on a cruise of the Hawaiian Islands. I definitely want to do the islands. That's a
Oh,
huge one. That's a big one.
go to Tammy Dunn's YouTube channel and go down to her video about her taking a Hawaiian trip.
Okay.
It was like, I'm not lying to you. It was like I was on the trip with her. I felt like I was on the trip. I loved every minute of watching those videos.
Tammy Dunn.
Oh
Okay,
man.
I'll check it out. Sounds good.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I definitely want to do the Hawaiian thing with
It's
Suzanne. I mean, I've been there twice to the to the Big Island. Well, I went to
her
Oahu
channel.
twice and I loved it. Yeah.
Her
Did you ever
channel
go?
is
Well, what year
her
were you there
channel is
last?
her
Uh,
channel is her channel is TAMIDUNN. Tammy Dunn.
Tammy Dunn. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, in answer to your question, PvP, it was some years ago. I think it was around 2010. Um, I went with my folks. We went to the first island we visited was Kauai, and Kauai
Okay.
has a beautiful town called Lahui.
Mhm.
It's spelled Lihure, Lahui.
I love Hawaiian names. They're so cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What a
And
language, eh?
and you know what I found out though? I found out something you better know if you ever go back to Hawaii. Don't ever call Israel. You know the guy that passed away, that big, heavy, huge Hawaiian. You know they call Iz. Don't ever call him
Uh,
Izzy or anything like that. You can call him by his first name, Israel, or Iz, but don't call him Izzy or anything else because it's insulting.
oh,
He,
okay.
like Don Ho, is like Don Ho, were both their mainstays of the Hawaiian Islands, and you have to be very respectful when you talk about them in casual conversation when it comes
Well,
to music
yeah.
and so forth.
I
So
think
yes,
I do
any
I do a good
culture's like that,
I
though,
do
right?
it
You want to
I
respect
do
any local culture, right? You don't want to
oh
disrespect them.
absolutely,
That's a bad
you
idea
have
as a
to.
tourist.
and make sure you do a luau. Do a luau when you're
Uh,
there.
I missed that. I actually, I was like 17 when I went with my parents and my grandmother. We went for a week and it was awesome. And back in the 70s, like Hawaii it was still not as developed, right? It was still a little more pristine, I'm thinking back then, because it's probably crazy development now, I imagine, right? All these decades later. But it was a beautiful place. Like
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
loved Hawaii. It was awesome. But yeah, my
Tammy Dunn
grandmother.
went
I remember
to,
my grandmother on that trip. She was hilarious. Uh,
yeah.
I had one of those really cool grandmothers who smoked a pack a day, and she had no qualms about talking about anything, right? You know, she was one of those open-minded kind of people, and she would wear like this big muumuu type of dress. If you know, if you guys have any idea what I'm
Oh
talking
yeah.
about, and I'll never forget
Yeah.
this. We're in Hawaii. We're walking down the street one day, and I guess the elastic in her underwear went. So what does my granny do? She just stops, lets her drawers drop, takes them off, you know, discards them in the latest garbage can, and keeps walking like nothing happened. Right? That was my grandmother. She was hilarious. Oh, what a character she was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still
Now
miss
Thomas
her. I
Potts.
still miss her.
Yeah. Now Thomas Potts says, "Who? I never heard of him." Resident
Don
Gems, if you
Ho?
go to Hawaii, don't do it when you're dating a local and visiting her family. And this
That's
is
right.
him. This is his full name:
Okay.
Israel Kamakawiwo Ole.
I think I've
Oh,
seen
Kamaka.
pictures
Sorry,
of him. He's really,
Israel Kamakawiwo Ole.
he's a really big
Singer.
dude. He
Yeah.
was a really
He's-
big dude, right?
Oh yeah, we call him Iz. Yeah, they call him
But he
Iz
was like a really
as tradition.
guy, right? Like huge size.
Oh
If I'm
yeah, he
thinking,
was
if I'm
big.
thinking of the right guy, I think I know who you mean.
Yeah, Thomas said he never heard of him. Well, if you look up Google, which I just did, and go by, you know, who was Iz? This was my question. Who is Iz in Hawaii? It'll pull up his full name, his what he looked like. You know, he's passed away now. He, you know, died of natural causes
Did
many
he
years
have,
ago.
did he have a video singing "Over the Rainbow," the Betty Garland song?
Yes,
That's the
yes.
guy. I remember seeing that. I've never actually got around to watching the video, come to think of it, but I remember seeing pictures of it because it's
He did
supposed to
his
be really,
version of
really
Over
good.
the Rainbow, and it was really, really good. He did it for
Yeah.
I
movie. I
love
forget which
Don
movie it was,
Ho.
but Don Ho was awesome too.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I guess I was. Yeah, I didn't go because I was 17, so I was underage, and Don Ho was singing at one of the local bars in Oahu, and so my parents went, right, you know, and they went and saw Don Ho, and they
That's
actually
cool.
saw him. Yeah, very
Hey
cool.
Daniel, I
Of
see.
course, I was only
I
17,
you're
so I
lit.
couldn't go.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go before. I had to go. I don't know what I ate today, but I was a little sick.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. I hope it's not food poisoning.
Hmm. I
yeah,
ate
food
a big.
poisoning. That's not good. Food poisoning, yeah.
That's never
I
good.
used, I used to back in the day. I used to
But
do a
where's
good
Coco?
Don
Can we see
Ho.
Coco for a moment?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. He's in the other room.
Can you go grab him? I'd like to see him.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
I used to do a good Don Ho back in the day.
Oh, I'd love to hear you do a Don Ho.
Just watch
Go
out for the
ahead, Jay.
copyright thing, though.
Yeah, I don't want to get a strike, so maybe you can just kind
Yeah.
of like
Oh no!
imitate
I
him a
think,
little or something.
I think all his music is not copyrighted anymore.
Well,
I
I
hear
don't
a
know
lot
for
of people. I hear a lot of people doing Don Ho on YouTube. So and they've never
really?
got strict.
I
Let's
went
see.
to both, Thomas. I went to both. I went to see the USS Arizona Memorial. Yes, if you do go to Oahu, make sure you go to a luau as local
Yeah,
custom.
that's
But also, please go visit the USS
Tammy
Arizona.
Dunn
Yeah.
went
It's
to
still a
Oahu.
wonderful monument.
Yeah, the
To
Arizona is
the
quite
adversity we had
amazing.
to go through.
I took the Pearl Harbor
Yeah, go
tour
ahead.
with my parents and my granny too, and it's quite a moving thing to go right up to where
Yeah.
the ship
Oh,
is,
yes.
and then there's the whole memorial thing where they take us, onto the memorial, and you read the names
Right.
on the wall, and it's like, wow, and
Yeah,
they're still
when they
down there, right?
Yeah.
I guess
Oh,
most of
900
them.
souls. 900
Yeah,
souls are down there. The
oh,
oil is still coming up from the ship itself.
I know.
When
It's
the
crazy,
bomb,
isn't it?
when the dive bomber dropped it right onto the ship's. You know, it's stores. It's our ammunition stores.
Yeah.
Right.
That entire ship blew up and sank in
Yeah.
8 minutes. So
God,
they give
that's
you 8
horrible.
minutes of silence. Yeah, it's
Yep.
crazy.
There
Yeah.
were a few.
Yep.
Were there a few sailors that actually survived though? That jumped
A
ship.
few.
Yeah, a very few, I
few.
guess. But yeah.
A very few. In
Um,
fact, everyone is dead now. They just
Well,
had the
yeah,
I
last
think
surviving
I
one
think
died.
I think there was one left, or the last one just recently died. Yeah, there were survivors. Um, let
Yeah.
me see. Let me do this since Mikey wanted to hear it. Let me see if I can do it. I hadn't done it in a long time.
That's what I was
Tiny
talking about.
bubbles in the wine makes me happy all the time. There we go.
It's kind of like a southern version of Don Ho.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's pretty good.
I did.
That's pretty
I
good.
did it better back in the day.
Oh well. Yeah. It's good that you tried anyway.
Yeah, Thomas says I'm more like Tuvok is at a luau. I won't go unless I have no choice, and if I would go, I would stay away from everyone. Right? You'd be to yourself. Well, that's fine, Thomas.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, here's Coco,
Mm.
our co-host Daniel,
Go.
showing his beautiful Coco. Uh,
I don't know if Coco looks too thrilled to be on camera, to be honest.
I think he's in shock. I think he's in shock.
He's like, what's
Right?
going on?
What is this?
What's my owner doing? What's my
Hey, baby.
master
baby.
doing?
I
Hi,
love
baby.
you.
We love you, Coco. We love your
That's
master
cute.
too. We love your father, your daddy. Yes, we do.
Mhm.
Aw.
Mm.
It's good that you have a dog to keep you company.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have our cats here. I showed you my cats. They're cute. I love our babies, Deja Vu and Moon Pie. Just beautiful.
Meow, big freaking deal. Oh, let me tell PvP this. He's never heard this
Ow.
joke before, Mikey. PvP. Do you know the
Go
difference
ahead. Go
between
ahead.
a dog and a cat?
I have not heard this one for sure. No, can't say
Okay.
it. Well, yeah, obviously I know the difference, but there's a joke here, so I don't know the punchline.
Yes. Okay. A dog will look up at you and go, "Oh, you pet me, you feed me, you put a roof over my head. You must be God." A cat will look up at you and go, "Oh, you pet me, you feed me, you put a roof over my head. I must be God."
Yeah, well, I suppose. I don't know. I kind of think cats kind of get a bad rap though, because I don't know. I must be one of those weird people that cats really seem to like. Because anytime ever been around them, they usually they'll just jump up on my lap and go to sleep, right? So
Yeah.
they're just
You
like
can
really,
hear
really,
Thomas'
friendly.
master.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I
That
can
kind
hear
of
Coco
that
I've
was
always
the
been
way
a cat
my
person, I
dog
guess.
Boo was. My dog Boo would get right into a sweet spot between my rib cage and the edge of the chair, of the arm, and he would just sink down in there and put his head on my leg and go to sleep for hours.
Yeah, I seem to give off some kind of vibe that
Yeah,
cats
Thomas says my cat is my
like.
best
I don't know.
friend. Yeah, Thomas's cats is his best friend, and Resolute Germ says, "Yep, that's cats for you.
I think a lot of cats are a
They
lot
are
more
God. We're
affectionate.
just their servants."
But I think a lot of cats are more affectionate than
Cats
people
do
give them
not
credit
like
for,
me.
to be honest. At least the cats I've interacted with have always been
Cat-
very friendly. So,
Cats do not like me. I don't know why.
huh?
I'm
That's
sorry.
weird. Yeah. I guess I don't know. It's just like I don't know. That's kind
That
of
is weird.
hard to do. Well, let's put it
But
this way.
little,
My
I
cousin
love
had a
little
cat.
dogs.
My cousin had a cat
I was
many,
gonna-
many years ago, like back in the 70s. And this cat,
Yeah.
I guess it was like I think it was like a rescue cat my cousin got. So it had been abused and it did not trust humans. The only person that could get close to it was my cousin, right?
Yeah.
But I'll never forget one time, because I used to go over to
Right.
my cousin's house, like he was still with his parents then, right? We were teenagers, and we'd go down the basement and put a stereo on and blast the latest Bruce Springsteen album or whatever, you know. And I'll never forget one night his cat comes walking in the room.
Yeah.
We're just sit there listening to our tunes like we did every Friday night, and this cat he jumps up
Yeah.
on my lap and curls up and goes to sleep, and I was like amazed, right? And my cousin looks over and he says,
That's awesome.
Mm.
I've never seen that happen before. So I was like, I don't know. It was quite an experience.
That's
to be
awesome.
honest. Yeah, I still
I
remember
can't
that.
stand big dogs.
Yeah.
I see a big, huge dog and I go, "Oh my God, a horse!"
Well, they kind of scare me actually, because I did get
Yeah.
bit by
Me
a dog
too.
once.
Me
and,
too. I
yeah.
can't stand big dogs, but I love little itty bitty dogs like Coco. I love
The
little dogs.
thing is though, isn't it technically, statistically, like that small dogs are more likely to take a nip at you than a larger dog? I've read that
We'll take
somewhere. I
what?
don't. It could be total
We'll take
BS,
what?
but they're more likely to take a little nip at you, right? Like apparently smaller dogs can be more aggressive.
They're a
at
little
times.
more scared than big dogs, so yeah.
Yeah.
But they can sense fear like any animal, and
True.
if
True.
if you like little dogs, they will usually react well with you. But like I said, a new person come up to them, yeah, they may nip at you.
Yeah. Well,
But
I would never.
you-
I would never. Get too close to a dog I was unfamiliar with, right?
right,
Unless the
right,
owner was like, it's okay. But
Yeah.
yeah,
right.
I'm always careful.
They've got the sense. Yeah. Cats and dogs do share one, to me, that I believe is a respectable asset, and that is they know people. They can sense a
Yeah.
bad or a good
All,
person.
all animals
They're
can
they're
sense
both
fear.
very good at that. That's it. Both cats and dogs are very adept at knowing who is going to do them harm or who is
Well,
going to do
all
them
animals are
good.
like that. They have a sense of fear. Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
I had a dog that was half Jack Russell, half Rat Terrier. He was a small Rat Terrier Jack Russell, and he loved everybody that was nice to him.
Aw.
And
That
You can
is
see-
thank you, Coco.
Yeah, no, this was Kiko. This
Oh.
was Kiko.
hi, Kiko.
Oh, that was Kiko.
Yeah.
That was your previous one.
Yeah,
My friend had a Chihuahua, and now I love Chihuahuas.
Ah. Chihuahuas are cute.
Coco misses his brother.
Oh, he died.
Aw.
Oh, he
Yeah,
died
he died.
in
Kiko
April
died.
April 28th, 2021.
Hmm.
Yeah, he
Oh.
died 2 years ago. Yes.
He
Poor
had
Kiko.
I
prostate
know.
cancer.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Ouch.
I miss my boo very much. Every now and then I'll reminisce about my boo. I love that little dude, and his mother Brandy too. Oh my God, I love Brandy. Brandy was more my sister's, and Boo was mostly mine. He would protect me. Anybody come up and talk to me bad, he would just go, "I'll tear your ass off."
Well, that's good for him to do that. Yes, sure. Very protective. My well, my wife Suzanne really loved Lucky. He was a black male. Had him for a long time, 15 years. We lost him in Arizona. That's where he passed away. We did get him cremated so that we could take his ashes and bring him back home
That's cool.
when we
Wow.
came back to Canada. That's what we did for him. Before
I'm
that,
fixing to have to
I had a
head off, guys.
British tabby.
Can you see, Mikey? Can you see this?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yes. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. You know, Kiko loved. He loved. See, these were the times when I was. This was my. There must have been. Sorry, I can't even talk today. This must have been like 2013 or 2014. I was during these times. I was so depressed.
Oh,
I was so depressed.
Oh.
I was thinking about Jessica all the time. I was so depressed. I was at home when I could have been with Kiko.
yeah. Well, don't be get out
I
of your
understand.
depression on that too.
But
You love your dog, but you have
Please.
to let go too. We know you
Yes.
love your dog,
Please.
but oh my God,
Yeah,
it
even
looks
my-
like
even my
Tarzan.
mom.
Oh,
Yeah, even my mom. She was like, "You were in bed for all these years. You could have been spending time with Kiko, and now he's gone, and I feel bad."
Well,
well,
but
don't
Kiko
let
loves
people
you.
get you down.
Yeah, please, Daniel.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I mean, it's just
No.
the way
Love your
life
dog.
is. Life's not easy, right? Like we all
Nobody can
suffer
take
a lot.
away the
for
love
some
of your
people-
dog.
For some people, it is a little easier than others, though.
Well, I don't know.
It is for some. I know.
sensitive
I agree with you. But
Well, I
here's
lost
the thing.
when I lost.
Yeah.
It'll be 9 years come November when I lost my mother, right? And she was like one of the anchors in my life. And you know, she had a fall, broke her hip, and she went through the surgery fine at the age of 92, which, you know, she was a tough lady, right? But then about 5 days later, some nurse or doctor decided to give her a drink of water. And she was having
Aw.
like delirium, like she was in and out of reality that last week when went to see her, right? She wouldn't even recognize me a lot of the time. And
Those are free. Yeah.
anyway, they gave her a drink of water and she basically choked on the water and inhaled it in her lungs. And, you know, she passed away the next day.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry.
so it's like we all
PvP.
go through loss. Oh, it was
Yeah.
a tough time sitting next to the bed. I'll tell you, because I was
I
all
lost
alone. And
mine.
usually, you would have had my cousin and his wife, but they were away on a holiday then, so it was just me sitting next to Mom's bed, and that's what life is, though.
Yeah.
We have these hard times in our life,
Yep.
you know.
My mother will be gone 18 years on the Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Mikey, I'm gonna have to head off. I'm hurting real bad, and I'm gonna have to go to bed. It's the only thing that seems to help is me go to bed. So
Okay, Jay.
I'm gonna head out, gentlemen. I love you all,
Yeah.
and I
Take care,
will
Jay.
see you next week, next Monday, and I'll see you at Jetner D. And I'll try to. I didn't do good this Saturday. I did very poorly, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to win this
Same
Saturday.
time.
So
Come on back. Monday, next Monday, we're going to be doing that.
all right, talk to
Yeah,
y'all later.
Have a good night, Jay.
All right, you too. Bye bye.
You see, I like this picture with Kiko's tongue sticking out. It's so cute.
Let's see. We'll take a look at that real quick. Hold on. It's just taking a little time. Oh, there it goes. Oh, look at that PvP.
Yeah.
This is having.
yeah.
Oh my God. He's having. Yeah. She's having. Was it she or he? Sorry, she. Right? She was having so
No, it
much
was a
fun.
he. It was a he.
It was a he. Kiko.
But
Okay,
everybody
he.
mistakes him as a she because he was so cute.
Oh, that's just cute, Daniel. I'm so happy you're showing us these pictures. Yeah, they remind us of a lot of good times, past good times, stuff that we had with our pets. We love them.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing is to remember the good times. Like, you know,
Yeah.
we lose. Well, that's what life is. We early when we're young, we're gaining things and finding things and adding things to life, and then as the years go by, we start losing things, and that's just the progression, right? That's the process, and you know, just trying not to get down about it and accepting it for what it is. I think that's what
sure.
I found helps, right?
Yeah, it helps me too. I know that Well, first of all, speaking of parents, I know that Suzanne, she lost both her parents at a very young age. So she was living basically without mom and dad for a long time of her life. And she went through a number of bad relationships,
Oh
mostly
no.
because nobody gave a damn and nobody cared. And I went through the same thing. So when we found each other back in 2010, that was definitely God's blessing to bring us together. We've been a couple ever since then for 13 years now. We've been married for 7 years now, since 2016. We are definitely God's blessing to both of us, that we were able to find one another, and we've been blessed over the years with wonderful cats, because we're both cat lovers. We're both cat loving people, and we've been blessed to have those cats all the years that we've been able to be together. So, and now we've got, like I said, we have Moon Pie and Deja Vu, and they're big parts of our lives. Obviously, we love them as female daughters. It's tough. It's tough when you lose pets, because they're kids. They're your kids. You love them, and if you lose those children, you suffer. You do. You feel it all the time. It's a terrible feeling. I know, and we've all been through it, Daniel. Believe me.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important, my brother. It's so important that you love Coco to death. I mean, not literally. You know what I mean. But
Yeah.
just love him, because he is your baby and he's there for you. When you left the room for a few minutes, he kept moaning and moaning, said, "Where's my daddy? Where's my daddy?" He wanted you, baby. He wanted you. That's
Yeah.
what he
Yeah.
wanted. Yeah.
Right
So,
now, we're working on fine. Okay, well, first of all, do you see me? This is me. This is me and Jack. This is my German Shepherd, Jack.
Yes, I see him.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know which one this
On
was.
screen.
The first one, we had three of them. We had
Oh.
three of them. I don't know which one this was.
Okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big proponent of German Shepherds. I think that they're wonderful dogs. However, that being said, my first ex-wife had 7 of them and never took good care of them at all.
7? That's
Just
a
never
lot.
took good care of them. And I don't like when people mistreat any kind of animal. I don't. I hate it. It's just terrible.
Yeah, well, why would you own
Right?
7
I mean,
dogs
you would
if you're
agree
not
too,
going to
PvP.
Well, why would you own 7 dogs if you're not going to look after them properly? That's
That's what
crazy.
I meant. Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
asked her. That's why
I
I'm no
don't
longer
get it.
with the bitch.
Oh, yeah,
And
that sounds pretty bizarre actually, Mikey, to be honest.
well, she didn't
A
like
lot of
cats at all
dogs.
either. And I had
Uh,
Tiger Man, my British tabby, for 7 years until I lost him. So
it sounds like
I
it sounds like
regretted
it sounds like
his loss, and
it
that
sounds like
lasted a long time. Yes, Lemon Pie, we're still going.
hey,
Yes.
Lemon. It sounds like
Hey, I
crazy
get to do
cat
this once a
ladies who
week.
have
I
like
can go
40
as long as
cats.
I want to.
Yeah, I really miss all my Jacks. I miss them. The last one passed away on January 12th, 2022. He was
Wow.
12 years old in 2 months. That's pretty good for a German Shepherd. Usually they go for 10 years, but this guy went for 12 years. Not well. It was. I don't know if it was this one, but it was the last one.
Wow.
So yeah. But my mom said no more German Shepherds. So yeah, because it's really painful when they go.
It is.
Hey, Lemon.
Well, this is painful as a hey. Hey, now let me be careful. No eggnog jokes. I'm kidding. You can throw
Well,
a few
that's
out there if
okay.
you want. That's all right.
I actually enjoy Lemon's eggnog jokes, to be honest. He's usually pretty creative with them, so it's kind of fun. So
Hey, Mikey,
I don't
look
mind.
at this one. Look at this one.
Oh, is that your mom on the right?
No. That's someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kiko. Okay, see, this was me holding the leash, and this is Kiko sniffing some little girl's butt.
Oh boy.
I think
Oh,
someone. Yeah,
Kiko.
I think
Oh,
this little girl
Kiko.
probably.
Please say, yeah.
Yeah,
The little
this
girl
girl
probably
probably.
has a. Well, I
Yeah.
was gonna say. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say, I think she might have a diaper on, and he's smelling the diaper. I think
Yeah.
that's what it is. That's
That's
crazy.
one thing dogs do love, don't they? They love the butt sniffing thing.
They do.
Oh boy.
Hello to all the chat and panel. Lemon Pie says, "Yeah, thank you for coming back, Lemon Pie."
Night, Jerome.
Resolute Term is tuning in for the night. Take care, all. You too, Resolute Term. We'll see you next Monday if you want to come by. Also, we'll try to catch our Saturday morning cartoon, which starts at 11 a.m. Eastern, by the way, on Resolute Term's channel. So if you guys want to check out his reviews of different cartoons there, please do that for him, okay? It would be appreciated. Let's see. Lemon says, PvP was getting them nog jokes late last night. Elsewhere, it almost counts as today. Is that true, PvP? I don't know. Later. Yep, take care. These are wonderful pictures, Daniel, by the way. Thank you for showing
This is
these.
Kiko at the beach. This is Kiko at the beach. He loved the beach. He loves the beach.
Yeah, but where's the beach? All I see is a picnic. Yeah, okay. All I see is the picnic table, but I didn't see any beach. But okay. Well, I saw the beach in the previous one, but okay. I didn't see that here. Okay, so that was the same location.
There's like sand.
Okay.
There's like sand on the ground, and but it's covered in
Oh, yeah.
grass.
Let's see it.
Have you
Were
ever been
you
to
in
Wasaga
Toronto?
Beach?
What's the
Have
name
you
of
ever
the
been to
beach?
Wasaga Beach?
Wasaga Beach.
Yeah,
Have you been?
I have.
Oh yeah, she said she has. Suzanne has too. Wasaga Beach. Yeah, she's been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
loved the beach. He loved it, but this was also one of the times when I was at home in bed, depressed. So I wasn't there, sadly.
Yeah.
I wish I was. If I could go back and redo it all over again, I would always be there, all the time, all the time. I wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm depressed. I can't go." No, I would say, "I'm going." Period.
Yeah.
And you might like this one. This is Kiko and Coco at McDonald's. Yeah, yeah.
Are they gonna
They're
eat
looking up.
something? Are they gonna eat something? Does it look like they're gonna have a burger or a Big Mac?
Yeah, my mom is holding like a quarter pounder, and they're looking up at it. They're like,
Lemon Pie even says they're cute dogs. Yes, they are. They're very cute.
yeah.
Hey,
You
hey,
know, and-
PvP, are you still there? PvP. Hey, PvP. PvP might have had to step away for a few minutes.
Yeah, I did actually. I'm back
Yeah,
now.
Daniel, I need to I think I need to go ahead and close up. Oh, you're back now. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll stay for a few more minutes, but I think by about 4:15, 4 hour 15 into it, I think we'll go ahead and stop because I need to finish dinner, and I know PvP wants to rest up before tomorrow.
Yeah,
but I
probably should
appreciate
think
him
about
coming
dinner.
by for sure.
Yeah, I should
Yes,
think about
dinner.
dinner eventually,
Another
I
one.
guess.
This is another one my mom took.
Okay.
You can see Kiko.
Oh,
He's
that's
looking at the camera. No, Coco is looking at the camera, but Kiko is not doing so well.
Oh. Yeah, he looks down. Poor Tito.
I miss
These
him
are
so
very
much.
pretty pictures. Yes, I know. I know my
My
mother.
mom,
You do.
my mom still has him. My mom has him cremated in an urn in her room.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
love him so much.
Lemon says I need to go in a few minutes anyhow. Glad I caught a little of the end. Yes, Lemon Pie. I'm glad that you came back because you're a true saint and we love you too, Lemon Pie. So if you don't mind us loving you as a brother, as a friend, as a cohort in our crime, as a co-host, and our moderator for Till Infinity and Beyond. We love you,
It'd be
Lemon
nice
Pie,
if-
so thank you for coming
It'd be
back.
nice. It'd be
It's
nice if
okay.
Lemon came on a panel once in a while. I don't know if I've ever talked to him actually.
I'm gonna suggest. Yeah, I'm going to put him in. I'm adding you PvP obviously, and I'm going to add Lemon Pie to the next topic time as
Okay.
co-host and moderators. And I want Lemon Pie one of these days to join us on a future stream for sure. I want
That'd
him
be
to come
cool.
on. So
I just want to
know
mention
that,
though,
Lemon. Yes, please.
do you always do Monday streams, Mikey? Because I kind of have a conflict there. Because I would usually
Well,
be on, I usually be on Pop Culture Curators channel right now, as we do
yeah.
our Monday night Lost in Space streams every Monday. But I guess
Well, I
Pop had to
don't.
go to the hospital tonight, to have some stuff done. So today, so
Oh,
he didn't have the Lost in Space tonight. It'll be happening
I'm
next Monday instead. But
sorry to hear that. I don't. Okay, first of all,
ooh, who's a
yeah,
cute
I don't
lady?
want to
Oh,
interfere.
I don't know.
I
It's
just
just
want to say
some
I don't want
random
to interfere with
person.
other people's. Well, I like the picture is nice though.
We've been doing
No, I just
well.
wanted
We've
to.
been doing Lost in we're like
Yeah, go
more
ahead.
probably about halfway through season 1 now. I think we're up to episode 15 or something. 15 or 16 next week. So we've been doing that for a number of months.
Yeah,
And that's kind of my
thank you,
first
Lemboy.
priority because, well, I'm like a dedicated panelist. Like I'm in the opening credits with everybody else, and so and I do love talking about Lost in Space. So that's my number one priority Mondays. So I might only pop in here occasionally if you're doing this Monday night all the time. I'm not sure.
Well, that's fine. I know that you're also doing pop culture's stream with him, and I totally accept that. I know that
Yeah, well, the thing is,
you're
there's me and
with
Gorilla
him,
and
and
Jill.
you've been with that
There's the
for a
four
while,
of
so
us,
that's
right?
totally
And we,
fine.
we,
I
we
guess
do it every Mondays pretty much, unless
yeah,
Pop has a health thing, because he had to go in and have some stuff done at the hospital today. So, oh, by the way, I just want to mention if anybody, ever
yeah.
watches Pop's Tuesday, horror sci-fi streams on Tuesday nights, we're going to be doing the giant bug movie, Them, about the giant ants tomorrow night,
Oh,
hopefully,
that
if
would be
Pop,
cool. I would check that
yeah.
out. Yeah, I'll lurk around and check that out because I do love them, and it was filmed, really actually filmed in the Arizona desert,
Yeah,
in
on
surrounding
location,
area.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was done. Actually, you want to know what was actually done? It was actually done in the area where Casa Grande is, or what some people call Casa Grande. It was in that
Uh-huh.
area. They filmed the them and stuff out there, and
Cool.
also near near the Arizona California border, just outside of Blythe. They filmed some of it
Okay.
there too. So
Hey,
different
Mikey,
locations.
it sounds
Yeah,
like you know quite a bit about this film. If you want to pop in tomorrow on Tuesday, I wouldn't be surprised if Pop would be very happy to have you join the panel if you want to talk about the film. That would be cool, man.
sure. Yeah, I will. I'll do a little more
Hey,
research,
PvP.
but
Yeah, yeah, yo, yep.
yeah. Go
You
ahead.
you,
Yeah,
you want to see
yeah.
some
Go ahead,
really pretty.
Daniel.
You want to see some
Yep, yep.
really pretty girls that I met that I know and I wish I had, but I just didn't. I don't have. I
Sure.
just
Hey, I'm always
these.
good looking at pretty girls. I'll tell you that. Anytime. Hey, speaking of pretty girls, geez, last Friday I get home, uh, after a long week at work, right? And there's these two, ladies in front of me, walking into the building. And so we ended up taking the elevator up together, the three of us. And I'm telling you, these are two of the most hottest young women you'd ever want to lay your eyes on them. And then one of them was carrying this big birthday cake, right? And it's like, ooh, I look over at her and I go, oh, cake. She's like, yeah, someone's having a birthday. And I say, awesome. So we had a little conversation in the elevator, which was nice. And later I'm thinking, damn, I wish I was 40 years younger right now. Oh, they were a
You
couple
should
of
have,
little beauties.
PvP. You should have asked them. Would it be out of place to ask for a slice of cake? I'm sure they would have offered you.
Well, I don't
Slice.
think they had a knife on them, so that's okay though. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. Jeez, I'm terrible at this. I always sidetrack conversations. Oh, I'm bad. Anyway, continue, guys. Like
Oh
wherever
no,
we're
that's all
going at.
right. You are no. You're allowed to hear. You know that.
Wait, how do I share screen? Wait, hold on. Let me try something. 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're fine here. You know that. PvP.
Yeah.
You're accepted. You're accepted in our family. You've always been. So
No, that's
you don't
good.
have to apologize for anything here.
Well, I've been on a few streams where I've got a little bit out of control when I've had a few too many, I must say, and some of those I'm
Well,
not too proud of.
that doesn't work with. Yeah, well, that doesn't work with me because I'm accepting of everyone, and that's why
I
you guys are
generally
so
try
important
not to
to me.
do that, but every once in a while, when it's been one of those days, it's just like, oh crap. And then
Yeah.
the next day, of course, I feel horrible about it. But oh well.
Oh well,
That's life, I guess.
just live life to the fullest. You don't have to apologize for a thing. That's my motto. I don't
I
apologize
I
for a
I,
single
I
dang thing
guess
I've lived.
I
I've
guess
lived.
it's
I'm living. Yeah.
yeah. I guess it's just when I generally go on a panel with folks, I want to try and, have a half intelligent conversation with people. And if I've had a few too many drinks, sometimes I just sound like a raving idiot, I'm sure. So, which is not,
Well, apparently Jill
not,
doesn't think that.
not fun.
Yeah. Yeah. No, apparently Jill doesn't think that way. But
Oh, that's good. Well, Jill's awesome. I mean,
Yeah, I can't make this picture any bigger,
you
but
know,
look, these two hot chicks. I used to
Jill's
know
all
them.
right. Okay.
yeah,
Hold on.
I can't think of anything negative I'd ever say about Jill, really. Okay.
There's some
All
women
right.
for you, PvP.
Yeah, they look okay. Not really my types, though, to be honest. They're a little too glamour modelish. You know what I mean? Like fashion runway types. I kind of like
Yeah.
the I kind of like the girl next door types.
Hey,
More
Daniel.
myself.
Daniel,
Yeah.
how old did
Yeah.
you say? My brother, how old did you say you were?
36.
36. Okay. So you're only 2 years younger than Resolute Germ, who was in here
Oh.
earlier. He's 38, he said. Yeah, he's 38. Germ, yeah. So you're
Oh.
not much off. Yeah, you're not much off from where he's at. Of course, he's going to make 40 before you do. And he's going to regret it. You'll reach 40 and you'll be happy. He's probably going to regret when he reaches 40.
The
I don't
weird
know.
thing was when I hit 40, I was thinking it was going to be this big, awful thing, and it wasn't. It was just like, oh, I'm 40. But I didn't feel any different. Life was still good. I still
Yeah,
felt young. I still felt young right at that point in time. So I think
yeah.
40 is kind of this big boogeyman birthday. If you know what I mean, that people are
I
afraid
think.
of, and
Yeah, I think some people tend to think 40 is a demon number, but no, I don't think so. I think what my dad said about reaching 50 was correct. He said that when you reach 50, you're like, okay, God has blessed you with 50 years of life. Whether or not you're
true.
going to receive another, yes, whether or not you're going to receive 50 years of more life is totally up to God. You have to leave it in His hands. But in the time that you do have on this earth, you need to cherish it as if it will be your last.
Oh, yeah. I keep reminding myself, not every day, but I try to every week think, that I better, when I wake up in the morning, I better be damn happy that I have, and I better, make, even if I got a crappy day ahead of me and I don't want to go into work and I got to sit there at my computer for 9 hours and be bored to tears. But it's all good, right? Because I'm still alive, I'm still breathing, and it's another
Yeah,
day, and every day is another opportunity for something good, right? So, you know,
absolutely. I realized when I first went into retirement, like I said, it was back in
hmm
2017. When I first went into retirement, I realized,
right?
okay, I'm 52 years old. I've forced myself into early retirement. I realized that, and I
Lucky
said
you.
I had to guess. Yes, very lucky. I'm very blessed
Yeah,
because
totally.
I have Suzanne and I have the cats,
Uh,
and my family is still alive. My parents
really? Your parents are still going?
are still breathing, so I'm thankful for that.
Cool.
Um, but what I do every morning is I thank God. I thank God for being alive. I look over at my beautiful wife and I say, thank God for Suzanne. Then I look over at my beautiful cats and I say thank God for my cats and my family.
Right.
They're still around, and I thank God for all the big things and all the little things. And Daniel,
Yeah.
you'll find, yeah, and Daniel, you'll find
Yeah.
that if you can thank God for having you in this life, for being there, for being with him, for being with Coco, to have your parents is still a blessing in itself. And I know how you would talk about your mom and dad and so forth. I understand, but you gotta feel blessed that you're still to be able to talk to them, to be able to respect them and love them for who you are, and of course in all important things as we were, me and PvP and Jay were saying, love yourself, be selfish, love yourself.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. And if you love yourself, you're going to love Coco even more. You're going to love the people around you even more. And you'll love your friends, like, or your brothers like us.
Hmm.
Well,
The three of us. So,
yeah,
yeah.
I agree, Mikey, what you're saying. Like, I think a lot of the trouble a lot of us have is loving ourselves, or even just accepting our own flaws. Because I'm a very flawed person. I'm not perfect by any means. I never have claimed to be. And it's so easy to get down on ourselves and go, "Oh, I screwed that up," or "Oh, I messed this up," and blah blah blah. I'm such a terrible, rotten person, right? And I think we all have that negative self-talk at times. I know I certainly do. Every week, there's moments when I'm thinking terrible things about myself, and then I'm thinking, "Well, what's this? This is no good. What's this? This isn't going to get me anywhere." Thinking bad things about me. It's like, okay, I got things I need to work on. Okay, I'm not perfect. Um, and okay, there's a lot of things in my life I'm not happy about. That's like being single at my age, right? That sucks. I wish I could meet a beautiful lady like you did and have a nice, loving relationship and someone to have fun with and laugh with and have good
Yeah,
times.
because like I
But
talk to
I
my
don't know if
mom.
that's ever going to happen, right?
Like I'm talking to my mom, right? And I'm like thinking, Mom, look, I'm 36 years old and I'm still a virgin. What 36-year-old virgins are there out there? I mean, that's what I say to her sometimes. You
Well, I'm
know?
65 and I'm single at this
Well,
point in my life, and I have been for a long time. So don't feel bad, Daniel. Uh, you know,
yeah,
we
don't
all
feel
we,
bad at all, really.
well, there's these
But
these.
yeah, but guys, I want to tell you, please, my brothers. I want to, Daniel, PvP. I want to tell you guys, you're going to find someone. Just trust in yourselves, okay?
I
Trust
wish.
in God. Trust in yourselves. Trust in your family that are still around, that care for you and
Trouble
love
is,
you.
you get older, Mikey, and you feel those years ticking by, and it feels like you're running out of time, right? And lately,
Uh,
I've been,
my dad can attest to that. He's turning 79 years old this year.
okay,
I mean, he's
right,
going to be 80 soon. My mother is 77.
right,
She's going to feel it herself in 3 years. Believe me, my parents know what's coming. They'd seen they lost their at towards their age what they are now. They lost both their parents. My mom lost hers. My dad lost his. Uh, you know, my his sister. That was their. Dad's parents were my dad's sister's parents. They're all gone.
right.
My
Same,
my
yeah, same
my
here.
father, yeah, my father, my mother, and Aunt Pat all realized, and Uncle Justin, her wonderful husband, who's she's been married to for a very long time too. They all have to realize we have to be the patriarch and the matriarch of the current family. We need to help them believe that they can live on and have happy lives. Like we've been blessed. My parents are so blessed, and my dad's sister, is also blessed with her husband. They've been blessed with huge families. They love all their friends that they've made over the years. They care so much about everyone, and I mean it, everyone.
Yeah,
And that's
well,
what's
yeah,
so
yeah.
important. And you
You've totally
guys,
got it. You've got it
yeah,
right. It's
and you,
like
yeah,
appreciate every little tiny bit of goodness in your life. Embrace it
yes,
and appreciate it because it goes by too fast. Like when I look back, I had ups and downs, in the relationship with my mother, right? You know, like when you're very close to somebody, some
Of
days you
course.
don't get along and you might argue about something. And I look back on those last couple of years when her health was starting to decline, and I so much regret not being more of a loving son than I was. Like, I think I could have done a much better job in hindsight. You know, I mean, I did care for my mother and I did look after her, and you know, she always begged me never put me in a nursing home, which I never did, thank goodness, because she actually,
Thank
as a
God you
young
never
woman,
did that.
well, when
Yeah.
she was in her 20s, she worked uh, as a nurse's aide at an old folks home back in like the 50s or whatever, or the what was it? Yeah, 40s, 50s. I mean, I forget now. But anyway, she saw horrible stuff there because back then they used to treat old people horribly, like they just tie them to a chair or lock them in a closet, or there was
Oh
all
God.
kinds of horror shows going on. My mom, as a
Yes.
young lady in her 20s, witnessed all this, right? So she had a lifelong fear of nursing homes. I don't
My
blame her.
mother, yeah, my mother was my mother Wilma. I'm proud to say that's her first name. Uh, but it'll be the only time I'll mention it. So if you want to take notes, that'll be the last time I'll say it. Because I don't want to really reveal my parents on YouTube. That would not be cool. But anyway, my mother uh, did work as a nurse in a nursing home herself. She's seen how bad it is. She
Yeah,
definitely does not want to end up that way. But let's be honest. Suzanne and I may be in our late 50s, but we're not ready to go into a nursing home ourselves. We're not ready for that. If we can live the rest of our lives here comfortably and still be able to take care of each other in the present domicile we live in, then by all means do it.
yeah,
But what I wanted
exactly.
to right, but the point I wanted to make, Daniel, and PvP was the fact that there is somebody for someone. It always is that way, and it doesn't happen when you want it to happen. It happens when it's the unexpected. Unexpectedly, someone comes into your life, and that's exactly what happened with me and Suzanne. We were both lost. We felt we were just lost souls, and we had gone through all the possible. I mean, Christ Almighty! I mean, between the two of us, we went through 6 relationships, and still didn't find the right person until we found one another. So there
And
and
it must have been daunting by that point too, when you'd gone through all those relationships before you found each other. Did you ever have days when were like, oh, I give up, like, you know, it's not going to happen, or
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely, Daniel,
yeah,
I have been through. I'm not trying to be better than you or say I'm better than your brother, but I'm telling you, I had been through more days in depressive mood than you could
your mic's
You're cutting
breaking
in and
up.
probably
out.
ever count, and that includes my entire lifetime. And there were nobody would care if I just. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say nobody would care if I dropped off the face of the earth. That's how I felt at moments of my life where I felt the most vulnerable. But
Yeah,
I
I've had
prayed to
lots of
God, and I
days like
said,
that
God,
too. Yeah,
yeah. But I said, God, as long as you continue to believe in me, as long as I continue to believe in you, and as long as my parents are there, and if my parents weren't there, God forbid, but if there was somebody else in my family who I know care for me, cousins and so forth, and even you guys, I know you guys care how I feel and everything, so I really appreciate that. And I know my wife loves me for who I am. And, I feel better because then I know I'm loved. I don't have to worry about, I don't have to seek, I don't have to seek respect. I don't have to seek self assurance because I already have it. I know that there's people that care. That's all that really matters, Daniel. And Coco loves you, and we love you, and I know that your parents still love you. They still do. Then maybe they're afraid to say it, but they know, but in their heart, you know that they do, and they care about you. They give a damn. They do. My brother, they do. It's what you need to do is, if you do need to better yourself, then do it. Go and find. It's just like Jay said, and he was mostly right about that. Go find a decent therapist, a decent psychologist, or a uh, you know anyone, any therapist, like a doctor that can help you out the most possible they can. can, and just be, just be forthright. You know, be picky. Find the right person out there that will listen to you, because that's what I did. And and then give of yourself, and at the same time say, just doctor, all I ask is that I love myself, but I want to love better. I want to be more than what I am, and let them know your depressive moods. Let them know how you feel, and then go from there, my friend, my brother. I know I call you my friend and brother, but that's what you both guys are. You know that already. So, and you too, Lemon. I'm not calling you scurvy, okay? I won't do that.
I don't know
refuse.
if Lemon's still with us. I think he said he was going to go a while back, but
Well, he's still here. He
he
said,
might
"Well
still
said,
be.
PvP," and then he said it also, "Well said, Mikey." Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he's still
Maybe
here.
he's
We
still
got
here
one
then.
person
Cool.
watching.
Excellent. What? We're down to we're down to one person. Oh, gee, I just checked.
Yeah, we should let PvP go
Uh,
eat his dinner. I
yeah,
think we should let him go eat his dinner. I know,
I don't know
Daniel,
what
you
I'm
might be
gonna
hungry, so
I don't know what I'm gonna cook yet. Oh, I got so much stuff in the fridge, stuff that's been there too long. I should probably just toss it instead of getting food poisoning. I'm
oh
terrible.
well.
Typical bachelor fridge, right? I got stuff in there that's been in there for like a month, and it's like it's gonna have I'm gonna have to name it soon because it's probably gonna start talking to me one of these days.
Oh
It's that
sure.
old. So yeah. Oh god.
Well, make sure
Oh
the
my.
best way to handle a bachelor thing PvP is, for one, make sure you read the label and see when they officially expire. If it's
Oh
more
yeah.
than 2 months, throw it out. If it's more than 2 months, throw it out. That's the best advice I
Yeah.
can possibly give you with regards to that. Also, make sure that you provide yourself with a lot of natural foods. Since you said you're in your 60s, my dad said as long as you provide yourself with fruits, vegetables, natural vegetables, uh, corn, things like that, and occasional meat, lean meats.
I'm not.
Those are
I
usually
never eat
good.
meat. I never eat meat too much, to be honest. I really don't. One thing is so damned expensive nowadays, right, Mikey?
Oh,
It's
of
like
course
and
it
I
is.
think it's.
It is.
I
Yes,
think
I agree.
I think occasionally having a meat dish is fine, but I think people that live on the stuff, it's probably unhealthy. So I don't do it too often, but every once in a while, I'll treat myself to something. But
Oh, of
yeah.
course. And what I wanted to say to our brother Daniel to us is that yes, that's fine that you're able to afford to go and have a fast food meal every once in a while, but maybe what you can do on the days that you don't feel like fast food, go out and find yourself a bunch of bananas or some apples or some fruits, maybe even strawberries and things like that. Make yourself a nice little strawberry shortcake. You know, those are really good. I love strawberry shortcake, and it's with
Yeah,
natural ingredients. I love that stuff.
I don't do fast food very often anymore because I find the quality of most fast food restaurants these days is pretty bad, to be honest.
Yes,
Like
yes.
I can remember back in the 60s and 70s as a young person, you'd go, to the local, fast food place and get a burger and fries, and it was fantastic, right? Like
It
the
was okay.
burgers would be
Yeah, sure,
amazing. And now
sure.
I go and pay like $8 for a burger, and it's like this, soggy bun with some dried up meat patty, and they don't even bother putting lettuce or tomato on it half the time. It seems it's like, what am I
Do you
paying eight
ever do you
dollars
ever
for this?
find a hair in your burger like I always do sometimes?
I
Like,
never have, thank God. That's disgust. Hey, if you're finding hair in your burgers, you're going to the wrong burger place, Daniel.
uh,
I've never found that, thank good.
yeah,
I
you
have
are.
heard the
Those
horror
guys need to
stories
wear.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah. I've never
yeah. They
experienced
need to
had a
wear
bad
hair
experience
nets.
that way, but
Yeah, they need to wear hair nets. Is the problem.
well, yeah,
That,
that's disgusting. Like they
yeah.
should not there should not be hairs in your food. Like that's
Not at
gross.
all. No, no, not at all.
Yeah, I've never had that one happen once, thank goodness, fingers crossed, but
Yeah, I told Daniel we had discussed it. We talked about it previously, and I said you needed to go to the manager and talk to him for sure. The manager of the restaurant directly to go to
yeah,
him and mention it because they
yeah.
gotta know. I mean, especially if it's one of those franchise places that are owned by people, like a Wendy's or a
Yeah, I
uh,
tell them.
Little Caesars, things like that. Yeah.
And I'd also would ask for a refund or a free meal,
Yes.
because they
Yes.
should compensate you, because that's disgusting, really. I mean, that's just unacceptable, Daniel, that you find something like that in your food. That's
Yeah.
really gross.
Hi,
Man.
hi, and Dadman Walking 55 is here for the
Hey, Dad,
last
man.
couple of minutes we're in the stream. Hey, howdy, how you doing, sir? He has a great travel channel on his channel, Dadman Walking 55. So with him and Mrs. Dadman Walking. So check that out too. Make sure you guys go see his
I always
channel.
did like Dad Man's handle. That's pretty hilarious, I gotta say.
Oh, it is. I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I love it.
Very
He's,
very creative. Yeah.
yeah, and his family is hilarious. They really are. They're some silly people, but they're great.
It's amazing how many great crazy people are on here, isn't it, Mikey? Like I can't remember. It's been so long. It's probably been like half a year at least since I discovered this community. Bit by bit. I think the first chat Jill was on a stream or something, and I ended up subbing to her channel because she's like into Star Trek and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then eventually got chatting in the chat, the little chat window thing, and then eventually I guess ended up on some panels with her and got chatting, and then through Jill I started discovering all these other cool channels, right? And
Yeah.
it's an amazing little community. Like I've been on YouTube probably a little over 4 years now, and I've been on a few other communities that kind of didn't really turn out after a while. They didn't really go anywhere, if you know what I mean, because the people were more self-absorbed into themselves than actually sharing, like we do.
Sure.
But when I found you guys, it was like I realized, gee, this is a really great little community. There's a lot of really interesting people here. So yeah,
And
I feel blessed. I do feel blessed to have found all you guys.
we're blessed to have you, PvP, and I was going
Thanks,
to say, I was going to say, to me, you are a permanent co-host of this stream. Every Monday night that I'm going to run it, I'll run it at the same time. But you are
I'll
a
try.
permanent member. I understand, but you're a permanent member of this stream, and whenever you come in, by all means, please come by. When Pop is done, with his stream with Lost in Space and whatever he does, please, by all means, come and visit on Monday
Yeah.
nights.
I'll just play it by ear, from week to week, because the thing
That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
with Pop's ongoing, health, things. It's never certain when he's going to be on from one
Sure.
month to the next. So, I'm
I
hoping
made
he's.
sure. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to make this one point. I made sure that when I decided to come up with 7 p.m. Eastern, I figured that would work enough for most of us. I believe me, I almost thought tonight for sure. I knew. Well, first of all, I knew that Pop does his Lost in Space. I knew that. Secondly, I also knew that LDG was supposed to do his own stream.
Oh,
I
really?
believe it was around, yeah. I believe it was
Okay.
around 8 p.m. or so. So I appreciated him coming in as Job for a few minutes while he was here.
That's the
but he
problem.
was,
There's so
yeah.
many streams on here every week now. I can't keep
And I
track
know.
of them all.
And I know. But the thing is, I'm just glad that I was able to pick a stream. No, I'm just saying, I was glad I was able to pick a stream that I know I could do on a Monday night, start of the week. I don't need to do any more streams other than maybe random webcams. I'll pop in occasion and give an update on something. But other than that, I just love being able to do the stream. My wife loves to do it with me. So it gives us something to do, and we also enjoy it. And the fact that you are here, Daniel's here, Jay was here, you are my brothers. I love you guys to death. I support your channels. I love them. And all that matters is that we do have our own community. We're great people. We care for other people much as like we care for ourselves. We're very intelligent human beings, which I appreciate intelligent conversation. And we're all
Truly,
accepting,
yes,
yes, and we're
truly.
all accepting, and we're all accepting of each other's views. There isn't a big, we've never had a big argument. We've never had an upset person of either of us. That's what means the most to me, is that we can walk away and say, yes, I got people that care. Yes, I have people that love me, and they're my family. They're a part of me, and that's all that matters to me. You guys are family, and so are you, Lemon Pie, and Dan Man Walking is too. And yeah, I mean, you guys are the most important to me, and I
Well,
don't
it
want
helped.
anything to happen to you. That's all. I don't want anything
Oh,
bad
thanks, Mike.
to happen to you guys. Yeah.
It does help me get through the week because I'm at the point in life now at 65 where I got to look into my retirement because I could start collecting some kind of pension. But the trouble is, with the cost of living these days and everything, right? It's not like I can probably afford to completely retire. But I have a lot of days at my job now where I'm getting really bored, really sick of doing it, week in, week out, same damn thing over and over.
Yeah.
It's so repetitive because I basically do the same thing every day. And I've been doing it for 3.5 years now, Mikey. And it gets to
Yeah.
the point where it starts to kind of drive you a little bit nuts, if you know what I mean. You
I
know,
know what you mean, but look at it this way. You said you turned 65, right? Officially,
a couple of months ago.
a
Yeah.
couple months ago. Okay.
Back in May.
So what I'm telling you, I'm just not telling you really, I should say suggest. What I'm suggesting is get ready now to retire, to walk away from it all, get your financial affairs in order, do what needs to be done,
Yeah,
and then when you're
exactly.
all set, yeah, then when you're all set, when you have to feel PvP, you have to feel assured in yourself
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
everything you meant to set out to do is done. Then walk away and be happy that you're retired. You won't
Yeah,
have to answer a time
I,
clock anymore or anything. That's the best
I
part.
think I'm going to basically try and stick it out through the end of the year until Christmas, kind of thing, is what I got in the
Yeah,
back of my mind.
sure.
But hey, the thing is, once again, my job, the hours go up and down because basically, I book appointments for insurance agents, right? So
Yeah,
if they're, they sometimes they'll just leave, right? Like
yeah,
this week, I had two guys. One guy totally left because of health issues, and the other guy cut his hours back in half. So,
yes,
all of a sudden this week, I'm doing 6 hours less a week, right?
yeah.
Which is okay because now that means I get my Fridays completely open, which kind of having that 3-day weekend is very appealing right now because I was getting to the point of, burning out where I was going to ask my boss to maybe cut me back to 4 days a week work anyway. So now I'm like basically three 8-hour shifts and a 6-hour shift every week. So it's enough to pay the bills every
Sure.
month, right? I'll be okay. But I'm
Oh
kind of
yeah,
glad to have that little extra cushion of a Friday, free because I'm telling you, the 5-day grind really can get to you after a while. It really can.
yeah. It really can. Yeah. Lemon Pie said, "Yo, Dad, man," and thanks, Mikey. Oh, you're absolutely welcome, Lemon Pie. You know we love you like a brother. We love you like a member of the family. So yes,
Lemon's
thank you.
comments, Lemon's comments always make me laugh. I really enjoy Lemon's comments, to be honest.
Yeah, he said he was going into eggnog jokes from last night or something. He was telling them
Oh,
to you.
just wait till Christmas rolls around.
Oh no!
Jeez.
I'll give you guys some fruitcake. I'll give you some fruitcake horror stories if when we
Oh,
get into
fruitcake
the
horror
Christmas
stories. Yeah.
holidays. Yes,
Is there
I
is there
I can decide.
anybody is there anybody on planet Earth that actually loves fruitcake? Like I'm
Oh
sure they're out
no.
there, but I could never I could never get into that stuff. It's like why, you
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
why?
Okay.
It's
Well,
like
guys, if you agree,
yeah,
let's go ahead and shut down the stream. Let's go ahead
yeah,
and
I
thank
guess so.
everybody. Yeah, because I know you guys are hungry. I got to finish my dinner here too. It's been sitting here for
Yeah,
a
it's
little
quarter to
while.
9. I guess I should probably head out because I should probably get to sleep in about 3 hours or
Get some
so.
sleep.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. So again, I want to thank everyone in the panel. Daniel's hot topics. PvP from Canada, and Daniel's also in Canada. So thank you guys. And Jay in Louisiana. Howdy. Thank you, Jay Aldrich, for coming. You guys are just awesome. Thank you. Lemon Pie,
Oh, oh.
you are the greatest
Can I mention one quick thing?
moderator of chats in the world. I appreciate you so much. Yes, sorry.
Before we go, I just want to
Yeah.
quickly mention I'm still working on my music playlist of songs that are 3 minutes or less. And I've got so many songs in there now, it's crazy. But I have been working on a little bit this past weekend. I've still got it listed as private, so nobody can watch it yet. But
Okay.
I'm hoping in the next few weeks or so, maybe I'll post it as public, and then I'll let you guys know when I do, so you can, enjoy it if you want to.
Wait,
Because
let me
I think I'm
know.
up to like
Let me know in the
500
next couple
songs
months.
now.
Yeah, please post it as public. Yes,
I will.
please.
I will once I
Oh,
get it,
awesome. Yeah, no, yeah,
fine tuned,
please
because
let us. Yeah.
yeah, it's a mess right now, so that's why it's still private. But anyway, I just wanted to mention it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Daniel, do you have anything coming up in your immediate future with yourself and Steampunk Star Racing?
Yeah, I'm trying to get Steampunk to do a show, but he's a little bit busy right now, so I don't know. It's kind of hard because the scheduling.
Okay, but you have a schedule here every Monday night.
Yeah.
You know to be here at 7 p.m. Eastern. If you can make it, it's fine if you can't, but it's great if you can. It's fine because we know real life tends to get in the way, and we know we can't always have what we want, but that's fine because I know that you're taking care of your situation. I know that you're doing a lot better, and I pray for you every single minute of every single day. We all do. So know that, okay? And you're never alone. Don't ever feel depressed. Because in one way or another, that's why Coco's there. Coco's gonna take care of your depression. He loves you. You know that. He is your darling boy. You just let him continue to love you for as much as possible. Right? I mean, that's important. PvP. So you got your musical list coming, and yeah, please, when it goes
Hopefully.
public.
One of these years.
Well, I hope it's before next year. Come on.
Yeah, well,
I'd love to see it.
I was actually I probably added 30 or 40 songs over the weekend, and I usually will go by a musical group. I'll pick one, and then I'll just go on, because most of them now on YouTube they have a channel, right? So I'll just go on. I did this weekend. I picked Blondie, right? You know the band Blondie, right? Awesome
Oh
band.
yes, I know Blondie. Yes, very good.
So I went on. I looked under their releases tab, and of course, all their albums are on there. So I just went through checking the albums and seeing, okay, how many songs does Blondie have that are under 3 minutes? And I was actually incredibly amazed that probably half their songs are less than 3 minutes long. Like there's a lot of them, right? And I was like thinking, wow, I didn't realize this. So I probably added about 30 Blondie songs, which I got to now sort through and figure out, because I like to get a mix, right? A flow to the music, because one of the things I always wanted to be a radio DJ when I was a teenager in the 70s, but of course, being in a one-horse town, with one radio station, there wasn't much of an opportunity to ever get a job, because they already had all their DJs. So I was always like an imaginary DJ, I guess. You remember
we all did that. Yeah, I put together. In fact, I got rid of mixtapes. I was my wife and I were both mixtape people. We loved.
Oh, me too.
And I got rid of all my mixtapes back in California when we started our move back to Canada. I regret that. I wish I could have kept a few of those mixtapes because they had some really great music on them. I know, I feel so bad. But you know what?
I did?
That's why YouTube is around, because now that we be on, and each of our own songs that we agree on, and the artists we love, and that's available on my channel. So you guys can check out our favorite songs. This is Mikey and Susan's favorite songs, and you can check that out. Hi, baby.
You got a playlist on your channel. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I have a playlist that actually lists our favorite songs there. So yeah, you guys can check that out. Yeah. PvP, you help us all get through as well, sir. Thank you, Lemon Pie.
That's such a lovely thing to say, Lemon. Thank you so much.
And Lemon says, "Heck yeah, Blondie, Atomic
I
Love."
love Blondie. Well, I'll qualify that. I love like Blondie's first 4 albums,
Yeah,
right? I think their
yeah,
first 2 are very cool because they're kind of more punky, punkish. And then they
yes,
kind of when they got to Parallel Lines, the third album, that's when they started to go really commercial, right? But they were still
right,
good because they were still like post punk, new wave, and all that stuff.
sure.
And each of the beat was good. But after that, when they got to Auto American, I was like, what are they doing? Like Auto American, there's like 2 good songs on that album, right? It's like they fall off the cliff. And then the
Oh
Hunter, well,
yeah,
the Hunter is so bad. I don't even want to actually. I shouldn't even mention that because that was a real stinkeroo. That one, boy.
yeah. We we don't. For true fans of Lee and Deborah Harry, who was the lead singer, by the way, we don't acknowledge the Hunter or anything she wrote after that album. So we
I
only
guess
go
they
with the first 4, and pretty much after that, it's all
To me, the
things like
first
that.
4
So
are
yeah,
canon for sure, right? Those are the good ones. But they have been
yes,
doing. They're still performing, I believe, and they put cranking out some albums in the last 20 years, which I've listened to some of it, and some of it's not bad actually.
sure.
Uh, but I still think the first 4 are the gold for sure.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so let's see where are we at. All right, so I thank all the panel. Dadman Walking 55 for dropping by. Howdy, thank you, sir, for coming by. Professor Brady Specs, yes, thanks for coming by. Uh, yeah, we'll talk later, Professor. I don't want you to get the idea that I've blocked you or done anything. That's not my intention. I've never done that. So if you want a private conversation with me about it, by all means, let me know. We'll talk about it. Okay, Jeff. So yeah, just handle yourself and affairs whatever needs to be done. Also, we had Resolute German. Germ, you're always appreciated. You're always welcome. Lemon Pie, you know that you're always welcome to come up here and talk with us on a discussion on panel, which is always appreciated. But you're also a great moderator, so thanks for coming. Job, yes, AG, we love you as well. I've covered ever. Oh, and Rexverse, yeah, Rexverse is a nice gaming channel. He's a nice gentleman, and you guys should check him out. His listing is up at the very top there. Rexverse Gaming and so forth. He has his own production company. So yeah, and
Oh, really?
also
Oh.
yeah, and also I want to quickly mention one of my best friends and brothers too, Larry Bartels. He has a channel called Be Yourself Adventures. That's exactly what it is on YouTube. That is a great channel. I want you guys to check it out someday. Make sure you subscribe because he needs subscribers just like I do. And by the way, I need 6 more. So if you guys do think
Wow, you're at
friends,
94 now.
neighbors, anybody that come by and just hit subscribe. I
Wow.
don't mind getting to 100, and when I get to 100, I'm gonna do a nice celebratory party. We'll have a party with all of the guys here and ladies too if they want to come by. And my beautiful wife, I always love Suzanne, and thank you, Suzanne, again for helping us out on the stream tonight. And like I said, we plan on having topic times at least every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll do another topic time at the same time next week. Um, and Daniel's Hot Topics, PvP, and Jay Aldridge are all my official co-hosts. My moderator, of course, will be Lemon Pie, so he's always going to take care of the chat. I don't have to worry about that. And Thomas Potts, thanks also for coming by. I almost forgot to mention you, sir, so sorry about that. But yes, I remembered. And so hopefully everyone takes care of themselves. Be thankful for every day, every moment of every minute of every second that you have on this planet Earth. Do what you can to make yourself better as well as others around you better. That's one of my mottos. And also, God bless to everyone here in the chat. Everyone one of my extended family, you know who you are. And by all means, peace and love. Take care.
All right, guys.